Okay, I'm live, and I just switched on the fucking webcam just before going live, and it's completely balked. I fucking hate it when hardware changes settings when you haven't done anything. And so I'm doing a bit of live adjustment. It's too washed out at the moment. What can I change? Exposure. Make exposure less, maybe. Christ, the fucking interface on this fucking... Oh, it's on auto. That's why, because it fucking did some auto settings. Oh, Christ. Hi, Fox. I'm just... Camera's fucking around on me for no good reason. And hello, well-gifted Ashby. Too much. I'm trying to... it just a white balance. Okay, well that'll be another thing that's fucked. Oh yeah, look, there we go. Now we're fucking brightness. I want brightness to go down. Now we're getting... I got to change the white balance to be... yeah, there we go. Now maybe up the brightness a little bit. I don't know. This is really fucking annoying me that the camera just threw all the fucking settings I had on it straight out the fucking window. And now I'm trying to adjust, and it's really hard to be sure what this looks like at the other end. Because what looks like at the other end is not what I'm seeing on my screen. I could look on YouTube. What does it look like on YouTube? Okay, yeah, whatever. Let me see. Yeah, it looks the same. Looks basically the same on my YouTube. Okay, fine. Fine. Do that to me, you annoying fucking webcam. Okay, so what can I change? Why? See, now I'm blue. I'm blue, babadi, babadoo. Maybe it needs more saturation. Is that even gonna fucking... Ooh, maybe. That's probably a bit much. God, this is so fucking annoying that it's so fucking fiddly. Do you want some ice? Do
you want some ice?
I know, ice. Yes. Me a cup. I'll put some ice in it for you. All right, I'm just going to get some ice for this young man.
That depends on if I can fit it all, because...
All right. Oh, you can come back later if you want. Oops, I dropped that ice. That can stay there. Actually, check this in the sink. Yeah, clown. Okay, have fun. See ya. All right. Back to trying to make this fucking webcam behave. Hi, Annette. Yes. Overproof is the new normal, most certainly. And hello, Invisible Chicken, as well. I can put my Starward whiskey badge on that Kirsten made sure was sent with my Starward whiskey order. Fox, I might, for my own drink, I might have just rinsed the ice off because, 5-second rule and all that, but making the drink for someone else, that was rude. Look, that probably looks okay. I'm really fucking pissed off that I've had to change these settings. What does this one do? Oh, it does that. Don't want that, do we? Oh, well, that's very fucking weird. This webcam is so fucking weird, honestly. All right, I should stop fucking around with it. And that'll do. That'll do. That's fine. That's fine. Ooh, Annette, 2 bottles of the new old fashioned. Nice. You have to make sure Kirsten knows that you've ordered them. Something to look forward to. Oh, that's the thing I've got to do. I'll show you, I've been making clarified milk drinks all day for tomorrow night's date night to make sure I was ready in time. So I've made 3 and collect the curds from them. I'll show you. Let me see. Got to get a spoon. The little Tupperware container that is containing the curds I've been saving, because Mrs. Angry uses them in desserts. Oh, the bye-bye was because I was disappearing? Okay. So, I don't know if anyone remembers, I was making a... okay, that's an interesting amount of liquid in there. I'm going to put that in a glass, actually, and drink it. Yeah, this one. All right. A little bit of ice. This is really just a sip of a drink in here. But I'm going to tip it out. Okay, it's being like that. All right, come on. That'll do. See, that's... Do you see the blue stuff? It's from the blue curacao margarita I made last night. Which after the clarification, and it turned the curds that really bright blue, the actual drink was a sort of a pale emerald green, a really nice color. So that's a new one. It's the first time I've made that. And I think it was a success. We'll see. We'll see how it plays to the crowd on date night tomorrow, and I'm making a mess. But this is the color the curds usually are. They're usually like brown or amber. It's just the blue curacao is such a strong artificial color. It colored the curds bright blue. Like if I made something with creme de menthe, which actually, now that I've said it, I want to do it. Make it with creme de menthe and get really green curds. Might do that in the stream tonight, actually. Ugh. Yeah, come on. Curds, get off me. Right. Ooh, Visible Chicken found a fudge maker. Does a range of interesting flavors. Tried creme brulee. It's really good. Oh, there are some very good fudge makers around. Remember, we used to do weekends away up past Geelong, heading out on the surf coast, as they call it. There was a place out there that did all these flavors fudge that was really good. Trying to remember what the place I used to go to was called. Haven't done it for a couple of years. We used to be like a little family holiday outing. We'd take the kids. The kids have basically outgrown that sort of thing. I don't think they're interested in going anywhere with us. So me and Mrs. Angry just have weekends away occasionally. I just got to chuck this. No, I was going to say chuck this out, going to chuck it in recycling. And hello, Heist and Abigail. Nice to see you. I'm looking a little out of focus, am I? This fucking webcam, honestly. It's fucking with me so much. See if I can... No, you're going to be a fucking piece of shit. Launch signups. What does that do? No, you're fucking stuck with me out of focus because this fucking piece of shit. What's this? No. That is not what I want. Ugh. No, I'm just going to be a little bit out of focus all night because this fucking webcam is fucking with me. Yep, no, we're just stuck with me being a bit out of focus because fucking shit. Oh, the Charlotte Piper. I assume that's the fudge maker Invisible Chicken. Sounds good. Right, I'm just gonna, because this is, what would we call it? Biomass? I don't know. This is going in composting anyway. So, and then I wash my hands because my hand's a bit sticky from handling it. Ugh. All right. All right. Now I'll put this curd in the fridge as well, actually. It's quite a decent amount of it now. Tastes kind of like, thank you, Fox, biodegradable. Thank you. Don't know why my fucking brain wasn't working then. Yeah, there's a lot of curd. We're going to make a rice pudding. I'm going to make a creme de menthe one now because I'm fascinated with that. All right. Put this in the fridge. It's a bit sweet and a bit bitter. It's quite interesting. Oh, God, where'd I put the... There it is. Lid of the Tupperware container. It's back in the fridge. All right. So. Little bit of mixed drink. Curd runoff. Well, that's really interesting. So there's a couple different flavors in there. That was quite interesting. Right. Silumi, hello. It's been a bit because you're trash. One must look after oneself first, and that doesn't make one trash. I'm going to find an interesting creme de menthe cocktail. Of course, the grasshopper is the standard. All right, here's a webpage. 10 delicious creme de menthe cocktails. Bound to find a good one in there. Okay, what do we got? Grasshopper. Yes, it's my martini riff, obviously. Chocolate and mint. Creme de menthe, creme de cacao, light cream. Mint chocolate martini. Rum charter. Okay, I don't have rum charter. Holiday hopper. It's got Midori. Okay. Don't know that. A peppermint patty. White creme de menthe, white creme de cacao, and the rocks. I don't have white creme de menthe. I have green creme de menthe. A hot peppermint patty. A midnight snowstorm. That's another hot one. The Emerald Isle. gin and creme de menthe. Actually, I've got some citrus-infused gin to use up. Maybe I could make that. Gin and creme de menthe, and then I'll just have to put some lemon juice in to actually make the clarification process happen. Irish Eyes has Irish whiskey. I've got the new Irish cream. I've got Irish cream and creme de menthe. What's a stinger? That's brandy and creme de menthe. I think gin and creme de menthe is what I'm going to go with. A devil cocktail. Brandy, white creme de menthe, pinch of cayenne pepper. I'm not doing that. I'm going to make the gin one, the Emerald Isle, and do a clarification on it and see what happens. So, what is it? It's 1.5 ounces gin. A teaspoon? Nah, this is getting more than a teaspoon. Right. I reckon I'm going to try that. Yes, Silimi, it is very nice to see the numbers finally coming down in Melbourne. Oh, wow. God, Invisible Chicken, did your reading for global environmental politics. Super depressing, as usual. God damn. Abigail been on 3 Zoom calls and now this. Busy day. I'm hoping, by the way, you get another negative test result. Was it like your third bout of being checked for the Rona in the last 2 months? What a worry. What a worry. I was on online meetings for work, but I, as a rule, don't switch the camera on. So I was just talking on the microphone for a couple of hours today. So again, this is now another couple of hours of me talking. Yep, okay, I'm weird. That basically sums it up. Show advanced. Right. Okay. All good. Just checking these. All right. I'm gonna make a cocktail to drink. I might drink this one before the end of the night. But it's going to take an hour or more to make. Yeah, but we always hang around for a long fucking time on Friday nights, don't we? Friday night is party night. But, oh, Jesus, no, I've got to do some ginger, although I'll probably wait for Kirsten because I got a special gin in the mail today. It took like 2 weeks, but I got it. Yes, Fox. Yes, it will be time for everyone to join in. It is party night. We've got to do the angry bunch for people who are up for it. Right, I'm going to start making this one. I just have to rinse a couple of things. Let me see. Like this. It's a hand here. Got to rinse a thing over here. Ooh, tangy. Ooh, that tastes good. Ooh. I made 3 milk clarified cocktails today. One of them was quite experimental, and I just had a little taste of the residue of it in a thing, and it tastes good. So that's a plus. Oh, wait, I don't need to do that yet. All right, you wait your turn, mate. I'll see you there. What the heck? Right, so I'm getting creme de menthe and gin. So, hit that 6. No, wait. What have I got here? Creme de menthe. That'd be vodka. That would be coconut. Why not? I'll do that one. Could do one shot of Broken's Way for a laugh. Just to give it a bit of kick. Some Overproof. Overproof is the new normal. Creme de menthe. I think that's hiding at the back. Brown creme de cacao. Creme de menthe. All right. So, and I'll get the lemon juice. And maybe pineapple juice too. Lemon juice. Right. All right. I was going to make some more cream of coconut. It's very easy to make. Hey, Alexa, how are you? The Angry Bunch, and that's the way we became the Angry Bunch. Tomorrow morning's technically after dinner. Having pizza. Oh, we ordered in some dumplings tonight. That was the choice of my offspring. God, they're good. My daughter's found this really good dumpling place. We got just some pan-fried dumplings and some soup dumplings that have actually then had the bottoms of them pan-fried. Fucking hell, they're good. They are so yummy. Right. So, I'm making a drink. I didn't get my jigger. Ugh. Where's my jigger at? Wait. Jigger. So, I am going to do. Alexa, are you good? Heard about a cocktail party startup. Oh, I love startups. I love cocktails. I love parties. Oh, nice. So, Lumi, making some banana bread for your hairdresser. That is nice. And then your kid loses it when you start shouting for your jigger. Yes, it's fun. All right. So, this is going to be 2 ounces of citrus-infused coconut liqueur. Okay, I think it's just Malibu. Yeah. Wasn't sure if I had an off-brand or if I had Malibu. So that's citrus-infused Malibu. Going to do 1 ounce of creme de menthe because I just really want to see what color the green goes. Da-da. Green is what I imagine it will go. So, Alexa, do you want to talk about the cocktail party startup here? Is the big question, or is this something you want to catch up another time? I'm going to do 1 ounce of the Navy Strength Overproof Brogan's Way Gin. And it's got to have some acidic juice in it to get the effect we want. So I'm going to put... Oh, wait, did green on the webcam get fixed? That looks black. Let me hold up something green. Kind of did. Just other things went wrong on my webcam. Right, got to put some lemon juice in. And some pineapple juice. Hello. Did you not eat all your dumplings?
No, I'm going to put it in the fridge.
Okay. I'm going to put 2 ounces of pineapple juice in. Make it a bit sweeter. All right. So I'm out of focus, but I've got green working apparently. So, swings and roundabouts. Wait, this is very green. What color is that? Yeah, it's still not really working. No, it's still not really. I don't know what its aversion to green is, but it has an aversion to green. There's probably more room in... Caitlin? There's probably more room in that fridge.
Okay.
So Alexa, everyone gets a package of the same samples. You show them online how to mix them. Do it with. Oh, that is cool. That is cool. Oh no, Abigail. Okay, the webcam I'm using is better quality than the one I gave you. It's just that the control mechanism for it is fucking annoying. Really fucking annoying. Right, so I have my green drink. Oh, it is. Look, it's the fucking chroma key. Because I used the chroma key setting once. You can see that's chroma keying. God damn. The weird thing with this webcam is once I start using it, I get to fiddle with the controls once. And then if I switch off the control box, it won't come up again unless I bloody switch off the stream. Oh, chroma key. That's weird. Anyway, that's why green's not working. Alexa, that's not Mjolnir, is it? Because there's a Viking-themed restaurant and cocktail bar in Melbourne called Mjolnir, and they're like a lot of places doing takeaway or home delivered stuff. They do an entire package. They give you videos of Viking toasts and really cool stuff. But yeah, that one with everyone getting a package of the components for a cocktail, and then you get on Zoom or whatever together and make it. That's an excellent idea. Yes, Abigail, I just found OBS too confusing. That's why I use StreamYard. I found OBS daunting, and I am old and don't like new things. Right. Ooh, I've got to get some milk so I can clarify this little beauty. Rinse. Spoon. What did I put in there? I put 2, 3, 4. Yeah, about 3 ounces of milk. Little milky poo. Right. I have the Angry Bunch on. All right. I'm going to do this. And do this. All right. So this is probably going to look extremely unappetizing when I mix it. Hellion, hello. Yes, Kirsten. Overproof is the new normal. Job 1. Got a shot of Brogan's Way Overproof gin in it. It's a variant on an Emerald Isle cocktail that I am milk clarifying. Oop, that certainly curdled straight away. Ooh, look at that. So we'll put that aside for a little while, and then I'm going to. Ooh, is the residue? What does it actually taste like? Tastes pretty good. That tastes pretty good. Ooh. The title is, Alexa, the title of the live stream is Overproof is the New Normal, which is something we saw on a live stream a little bit earlier tonight. All right, so I'm going to put these things back. And the next thing I'm going to do, I know the next thing I'm going to do. Oh, Jesus. Oh, it's all too confusing. Okay. Shaker, come over here. I'll be using you at some point, no doubt. I'm going to do this and this. Right. So, and I need my little shot glasses. Right. Come here, my little beauties. And I need a glass of water to cleanse my palate because I'm doing a tasting. Just get some water. This'll do. This'll do. This'll do. This'll do. Okay. Water for palate cleansing. Now, time. Overproof. If you mean what does the term overproof mean, Alexa? It's all to do with tax of alcohols. Yeah, Abigail, because you weren't here, we hardly talked about Gene Roddenberry or Star Trek. We can do that tonight, though. Hey, Locust Trooper, how you going? Yes, so it was a taxation thing. See, if you imported spirits, like when they come off the still, they tend to be very high alcohol content, like anywhere from high 50s to even 80+% alcohol. And it gets diluted down in order to be bottled. Like 40% is a really standard amount of alcohol for a modern day spirit. Now, there was a taxation thing that said basically like, okay, if you import very high alcohol content booze, we're going to tax you more because, you know, we're saying on a standard thing, a barrel, we're putting X tax on. But if you've got a double strength barrel, we're missing out on half the tax. So there was a test they could do, and this is 50% alcohol is 100 proof. That was the benchmark. And apparently what it was, you could put a grain of gunpowder in the spirit and then take the grain of gunpowder off and put a match to it. And if the alcohol the gunpowder has soaked up is more than 50%, it will light. And so that became proof. 50% alcohol is 100 proof. And that meant you were attracting a higher tax. So a spirit that is more than 50% alcohol is called overproof. It has nicknames like this gin. Like I said, most gins are around 40%. This is 57.2%. Call that Navy strength. But it's an overproof thing. I have overproof whiskey. I have overproof rum. Overproof absinthe, but most absinthe is overproof. So yeah. Yes, Abigail, Star Trek. Alexa, most cognac is 40% or less. Right. So time to make Kirsten jealous because after waiting for 2 weeks, this finally came. You probably can't see. It's reflecting too much light. It's the Applewood limited edition, already sold out Finger Lime Gin. Ever enchanted by the humble finger lime, here its iconic flavor has been enhanced by kaffir lime leaf and our champion desert lime, with a hit of herbaceousness from basil for a truly citrus-forward Australian gin. And it's sealed with that waxy stuff. Okay, on the plus side, Kirsten, I'm probably not going to drink all this in lockdown. So, you know, when we're allowed to circulate, you can come over and have some of it. Make a video. So I'm going to do some taste comparisons because I've got a couple different gins here. Okay, I need a knife or something to break this stuff. It's halfway between wax and plastic. Here's a knife. That's not a knife, this is a knife. Ugh, this is such a pain. All right. There we go. Come on. Break this friggin' seal. That's it. That's what we want. There we go. All the way around. There we go. Oh, oh, that was a lovely little pop. Lovely. Lovely little pop. I want to pull this off down here if I can. All right. So I'm going to taste test 3 Australian gins. This one. Finger lime. It does have a really light, limey aromatic. Alexa, have I tried putting flowers into the mix? Well, there's a range of botanicals in this. All right, I'm going to pour a little bit into a shot glass. Not doing a whole shot, just having a taste. Got to think of the right cocktail to make with this too, this finger lime gin. So this is my new one that I haven't tasted yet. This is one Kirsten convinced me to buy a little while ago. The Doctor. It was from a sample pack from the Tiny Bear distillery. Yes, bit of knifey spoony joking going on there. What? Houses suck, Locust Trooper. They're not nearly as much fun as a fucking booze collection. So I have actually had the Doctor before, obviously. It's like the standard gin from Tiny Bear, I think. And this is Brogan's Way Navy Strength, so Overproof, extra strong. So, alrighty. So I'm going to have a little taste comparison of these three. I'm going to do the new one, the desert lime, the finger lime first. So the experience that's not... it's very light aroma-wise. It's really pleasant, but it's very light. So a little sip. With like, it's very, it is, warm. It's got that, the alcohol burn going down, but yeah, trying to put my finger on flavor. Obvious, it's kind of just really obvious to say lime. Really goes down there. Did I spend $10,000 on alcohol? I don't think I spent. He casually says, "No, I didn't." Maybe I did. Who knows? Who knows? Life's too short. Could get the fucking Rona and be dead by the end of the month. Oh. The idea of not enjoying yourself and not having indulgences is a fucking trap of capitalism. It really does have a little zing like citrus oil. It's quite good. And then I went a bit dark there. Was that Errol Flynn was reputed to have said, dying with $20 in your pocket is a wasted opportunity. He was a bit of a nihilist, though. Heist, does capitalism want you to indulge? Kinda. But it also wants me trapped in certain things and not being happy. Hey, Stella. Oh, you've been listening while driving. I missed a slag pour again. Ah, damn. Because I think that would have actually looked really cool. Exactly, Salumi. And I'm not... I'm just leading my life, and I'm happy for other people. So I'm going to compare this other one, the Doctor. Now, this is much more herbal. This is much more herbal than the finger lime. The finger lime does have that, predictably, that citrusy zing. It's like lime oil rather than lime juice. Locust Trooper, having no money at all is depressing. I have a lot of money in my savings, so I'm not worried about that. I'm just going to go. Oh, Annette, yes. The old Australian crawl song. Oh, Errol, I would do anything just to be like him. And that bit at the end with "Don't tell me it's true, I don't want to hear about it." I think it was the reference to people saying Errol Flynn might have been a Nazi, as in literally sympathised with the Nazis in World War II. But I always loved the Australians saying "in like Flynn" when things are going well. Oh, so one day the timing will be right and we'll get to see the slag pour. That would actually be really cool. That would be the magic of the internet. I would love that. All right. Last one I want to treat myself is comparing the Navy Strength Overproof gin. So, whew. I mean, you really, really tell this is a higher proof gin. But again, it has the good parts of gin as well. The just all the botanicals and whatnot. So, Lumi, been rejigging your budget to add more savings because you're on your own. Yeah. It's good to look after yourself. Hi, it's not sure if you should buy a new headset and monitor while Rona lockdown's happening in Melbourne or wait. I got a new monitor when it first started, and I did get a new headset not long after it started, actually. This thing. Stella, I thought it was going to be a pedo because some 14-year-olds swam out to his yacht, and his excuse was they didn't have ID in their swimsuits. What? That's weird. Oh, right. Right. Errol Flynn. Annette, if I could live absolutely anywhere in Melbourne, money was no object, where would it be? I am a sucker for water views. I would absolutely be living on a side of the bay where you would get sunsets over the bay. I would love that so fucking much. Waterfront on this side of the bay, the eastern side of the bay, so you got sunsets over the water. I would fucking love that. With a balcony, sitting out there with a cocktail as the sun sets over the water, I'd be all fucking over that. Yeah, Alexa, anywhere from St Kilda on around, basically. So you got sunsets over the water. I'd love that. Right. So I guess it's Angry Bunch time. Copy that to the clipboard. Anyone who wants to join in, paste. There we go. There we go. Oh, Loxalordy. That's the joining link there for people who feel so disposed. I'm going to finish my little sip of Navy Strength. Oh, holy cow. Oh, yeah, that is strong. It's nowhere near the strongest alcohol I have, but it's got quite a kick. Right. Look at this. Oh, again, you're not seeing it right. That looks fucking blue-gray. It's green. Dun, 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 dun. In the filter you go. Right. Leave that to filter. I might actually put it out of the way so I can mix a drink. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, everyone's lining up. All right, here I go. And it's Lee. And Alexa. Hello.
Hello.
For a second, I couldn't know where that was coming from, Abigail. I didn't see your lips moving, and I can't see anyone's lips moving. Who's doing that?
Okay.
I'm easily confused. And Fox, hello.
It's weird. It's very strange that it's mostly guys this time.
It is. I think last time you were on, Abigail, it was all girls.
Yep.
Not last night or the night before. It was.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's
It's
been a while.
weird.
I've been ill, so.
Yeah. But you sound better now.
Oh yeah. The test result came. I posted about it before, but you didn't catch
Oh,
it.
I must have missed it. Yeah.
Yeah, the result came back negative, so I was all clear.
Good.
I just had like a couple of really, really bad chronic fatigue and fibromyalgia days, and the
Yeah.
symptoms overlap heavily.
They really do. They really
Yeah.
do. That's right.
So yeah, so I went and got tested because wise thing to do, just in case. So
Yeah, absolutely.
Better
So-
safe than sorry.
Yeah. Alexa,
exactly.
the cocktail idea you were talking about, Alexa, is that a business that you already know of, or was that a proposed business that you came up with?
Yeah, sure. Checking first if there's an echo. No?
No, not
someone
getting any
someone
echo.
has an echo. Oh, someone did before, but it
Normally
looks like
that's
it's-
someone.
Probably on my end, I'll be sorting it out eventually.
Right.
Wow, your sound sounds amazing.
You sounded like a Dalek then. That was really wild.
Yeah.
It was like one of those effects you put on a sound. Yeah, it's like
Check out what I bought.
electrified.
Ooh, a sound.
Remember sound cards?
Yeah.
They're still a thing. They're back in POG form.
But where would you put them though? Sound cards on the main board, you mean?
No, that was a dedicated sound card.
So where would you
Why
put
do
it?
you need a dedicated sound
When you
card?
connect it to a laptop, is that how you would do it?
No, it's a IDE Express card. It's because the sound, the integrated sound on my motherboard is fucked. And
Also,
not up to
you're using a
task.
PC. Got it. Yes. Yeah, you're a
Yeah,
pro.
yeah.
Right, yeah. Didn't realize. Yeah.
May I?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Look at that.
Bit of a pro-
Look
yeah,
at that.
and 3 monitors, of course, and my touchscreen monitor is over there somewhere.
Oh,
Yeah.
this is not
So-
fair. I shouldn't say these things because we can't buy these things now in Melbourne. Everything's
Oh,
sold
really?
out.
Well, yeah. I bought all this in December, so.
Hmm.
Yeah.
You had a premonition.
But you can still order a lot of stuff on PC Case Gear, which is where I buy most of my stuff.
Where is it? Say it
Yeah.
again.
PC Case Gear,
Case gear.
and there's still tons of like little little PC shops all over the place still selling stuff. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Jess got a big box of stuff from PC Case Gear for Abigail to install when we're no longer locked down. It's gonna come
I'm so
over and-
eager. But then stage 4 hit, and yeah.
Yeah, we're just being responsible, even though we could technically claim. Actually, stage 4, we definitely couldn't get away with it.
No. You're outside of my 5 kilometer
Yeah,
radius.
yeah.
You
Of
can
places
do
I
it
can
if
go.
you're doing a what's it called? Basically, you're checking up on someone.
Yeah, but that's not what it is. It's putting my computer
No.
together. And
But-
Yeah.
They don't need to know that.
Yeah, but like
you
there's
never
a
know.
reason that the numbers went up. It's because people use
Yeah.
shit like that to justify doing stuff.
So Angry could go in CAD because for that reason.
the hospital's not accepting visitors, so.
Oh, he's in the hospital again.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. Did you miss that? No, I found out about a week ago he was back in hospital,
Oh,
and I haven't been able to get in contact with him. So, but on the plus
Wow.
side, he'll be being looked after because I question whether he was looking after himself. Quite honestly.
that's a good thing to question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Voodoo Cobra, hello. Yes, things are going fairly
There's a
well.
thing called they call it window visiting though. Have you heard this term? It's a new term. Window visiting.
Window visiting.
Yeah, because when it started, like I actually wanted to visit a friend in a hospital, but they didn't let. And then I thought, what if we, in the prison, the other.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So why don't we do the same thing? That's what I was
I
thinking
have
for myself.
I have a friend who visits her dad in a nursing home that way.
Yeah.
And
Oh, cool.
it's better than
That's
nothing.
harsh.
No,
but
of course, yeah,
it's-
that's great. Yeah.
It's really harsh. Like you can't hug or touch or anything, but it's better than nothing.
So what about if there's if like you put your hand, like if there's a glove that you put your hand, so there's no touch, but you can actually hold hands. Why not? You know what I'm saying? Can you picture what I'm describing, or you know what I'm saying? Like there's a wall, and
Yeah,
know,
like the biosecurity kind of labs.
Yeah. Then this way you can touch, you can hold hand, and I don't know. These things are, to me, they're like simple problems to solve if someone bothers taking some time and effort to solving them, instead of kind of just restricting things just because.
But unfortunately, like something like that would cost a fortune, and a lot of places don't have the money.
Oh yeah, I've recently quit 2 things.
Oh,
yeah. Tell us more. What happened?
I quit alcohol, and I quit coffee.
Oh wow, that's
wow.
Is it bad that I actually thought alcohol was one of the things you'd say? I actually expected you to say alcohol for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah.
But that's to give both of those up in this current environment. Very
bold. That's kudos to that.
I couldn't.
Last time I drank alcohol was like Christmas time, and it was Jameson.
Oh well, there you go. You weren't cutting
it. Special occasion. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not even going to drink special occasions because medication reasons too.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's fair.
That's it. Yeah.
Let's look in the chat. Say hi to the good spirit in chat. And I love the window visiting. Her sister was in ISO, so Kirsten dropped off food to a door, and then she sat in the front room, and Kirsten sat in the garden, and they talked on the phone. It's just
so close, but so far.
Oh
yeah,
no.
Yeah. Voodoo Code was in Canada. The restrictions aren't as severe there. Yeah, they weren't as severe here till we had a real surge in cases that was right on the cusp of being absolutely out of control. And then we crunched it down. And after 3 weeks, it's working, but we got 3 more weeks to try and get it like really close to zero.
Yeah.
Which I think
Dan Andrews saw his shadow, and we got 3 more weeks of lockdown.
Yes. Yeah, basically that. Yes.
And also, I've heard that 3 weeks ends with the 6 months of being able to do things like this. Have you heard that? So apparently, that's the end of the 6 months that they had. They were allowed
emergency. They can extend for the state of emergency. They can extend that whenever they want to.
You sure? Yeah. What I've heard, legislation doesn't allow for that unless they actually do something very quickly and actually put it in the legislation. That's what I've heard. I don't know. This is
that's not the case. They can extend the state of emergency, but they can only put it in for a set time. But when that set time runs out, they can extend it.
Okay, I'll remember it. The amount of time that the state can be run by on the chief health officer, I think that expires, I believe.
I'm not sure about that, but they aren't going to be lifting. Well, of course, they declared the state of disaster at the start of this lockdown because that gave them expanded powers. And so, we have state of emergency and state of disaster at the same time because different laws come into effect in both of those. So they're both running at the same time. So even if the state of emergency was running out, the state of disaster wouldn't be. But no, there's basically when a term runs out, they can say the situation is still in that state. We're extending the state of emergency, which they have done multiple times, obviously.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a hell.
Sorry,
that's a hell of a license plate slogan. Victoria, the state of emergency.
Yeah, state of disaster.
It's like South Australia is a wine state or something like that.
Yeah, I remember when after Jeff Kennett, the Labor leader changed the license plates from whatever he did it to the place to be.
Yes.
And then everyone was writing little T's on under next to it, the place to bet, because
Yeah.
of the whole casino licensing, and that was
Oh no!
yeah.
I met Jeff Kennett when I was a kid. He
Yeah?
didn't seem that friendly. Honestly, he seemed like
Yeah.
he was a very aggressive human being.
I don't think many people describe Jeff Kennett as friendly. It's
Nah,
it's not
I
regarded.
was
as
only
one of the
like
strong-
6
Hmm.
and only just learning to speak.
Kirsten still laughs at the place to be. When you said people were adding, I thought people would just be writing, the place to be something like, the place to be drunk, the place.
No, just one letter. It's the place to bet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair call.
Because that was quite controversial at the time.
Yeah. Well, Kenneth did a lot of controversial things. The one good thing he did was changing some of the licensing laws that made it financially viable for really small venues to operate, because that really actually revitalized the Melbourne CBD and started literally hundreds of small businesses. So, prior to that, the Melbourne CBD was a ghost town by 6 p.m. It was just...
You mean like it is now?
No. Bit like Adelaide.
And there's a whole spate. I remember liquor licenses were there was only a finite number in the state,
and they were very
allowed.
expensive.
And they were, and so a lot of places mysteriously burnt down, but because of that. And suddenly a liquor license opened up. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I honestly don't mind when it comes to liquor licenses because I don't drink that kind of stuff.
That's fair.
Fair enough.
Right, so where is all my... See, I also got in... Did I put it in here?
Oh,
Because
and little alcohol.
my psychiatrist told me that if I was to have even one drink of alcohol, I would turn into a blind man trying to drive.
Okay.
Isn't that everyone when they drink too much though?
It's like that time I took a winemaking course and I forgot how to drive.
Yes.
Oh, oh no.
But did he mean you actually go blind? Like physically
Didn't
blind?
mean I actually go blind. He just means that my brain would get all muddled up.
Just behave.
Yeah, I'm just like, well, I
So
don't.
Heightens the effects, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
This is also what I say. Yuzu vermouth. It's a really you can't really see because it just looks opaque, but it's actually a really red vermouth from the same people who make the finger lime gin. All came in one thing, and I also got some of their limoncello. So these are all things I'm making drinks with tonight. So yeah.
I automatically thought of the song called "Think for Yourself." It's like, although your mind's opaque, try thinking for just your own sake. And it's like, though the future still looks good, there's still time to rectify all that you should.
Nice. Who's that?
The Beatles.
Oh, okay. There you go. I don't know the Beatles very well at all. So yeah.
Oh, I don't really listen to them anymore, but I still remember these factoids here and there.
Yeah. No,
Just
some
like-
lyrics just stick in your head.
Just like a friend of mine went to a restaurant in England called The Egg, which is a vegetarian restaurant, and met Paul McCartney. Didn't know it was Paul McCartney until her ex-husband pointed out it was Paul McCartney.
That's okay. Some people look very different in real life to how you're used to seeing them.
She's like, but he's a billionaire. I'd expect him to act like a billionaire. I'm like, how do you think billionaires act? She's like, oh, like they've got lots of money. I'm like, a lot of billionaires I've met don't act like they've got a lot of money at all. They act very humble. I think it's the millionaires.
Like they want to be hung from the street posts in the town square. Happy to do
there's
it.
that too.
Now I've turned it on just as Kelly was adjusting something. Hi, Kelly. How you doing?
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I found out that having the light on behind me was making my room too white.
Okay, fair enough.
To be fair,
Yeah.
your room does have a lot of white in it.
Ooh, Voodoo Cobra, you got a friend who makes their own limoncello. Yeah, it's very popular. I think in Melbourne, it's old Italian men who have whole bloody limoncello making things under their house.
Oh man, I lived with an Italian guy for close to a year, and he had a cellar,
Yeah.
or close
There was
to a cellar.
there
Wasn't
was one of
actually a
two
cellar;
things
it
in that
was
cellar.
just part of his kitchen.
Yeah.
There's
No,
one
it's
of two things down there: alcohol,
Yes.
or you don't want to know.
Alcohol.
Oh no! Now that's opening up a whole can of worms about Italians.
I don't get
Not
it.
just about people
I
who
know,
have
not all
cellars.
of them are mafia related, but
Oh, I mean, like I met someone whilst I let him. I was in Lygon Street, and I was just like, "Oh, I'll let you go before me because I still can't decide what I want to drink." And it turned out to be Mick Gatto, and I was just like, "Oh my goodness, okay, cool."
Who?
Mick Gatto,
He's a famous Melbourne underworld guy.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
He's the reason that you can't do large cash transactions without reporting them, and the way banks are meant to report if you deposit more than a certain amount of money into an account. Because Mick Gatto used to pay off house mortgages in cash from he's probably definitely not drug businesses. I think it was
Oh, I
as
think
he
it was debt
declared on his
collecting.
tax form. It was all from his kebab van. He had a very successful kebab van that allowed him to buy several houses, and he would pay them off in cash and then sell them, and
Oh man,
the money
when
was effectively laundered. Then he didn't have to declare it. Where did you get all that money? I sold a house. How did you own a house? I just did,
like he sold
I
a
owned a very
property in
successful kebab shop.
Melbourne for like $7 million, like $7.5 million. I'm thinking, dude, that's a lot of money. You got more money than common sense, maybe. But don't tell him I said that.
Yeah. No. Yeah, I would basically avoid saying anything to Mick Gatto. I just look the other way.
I will say that to Dan Bilzerian. Gladly, I'll say to Dan Bilzerian, you got more money than common sense. Because it turns out that he doesn't even pay his own rent.
Well, there you go. That actually sounds like he knows what he's doing if he's not paying his own rent. But
No, he's got his friends doing it for him, and I think he's just pretending to be a billionaire.
there is a lot of that goes on as well. Vejo Bresti, who is it? I'm not sure you're asking. Mick Gatto, we were talking about, and I'm also not joking. I worked in the IT section for banks a couple times, and the changed rules over the last 10, 20 years in banks about transactions are literally because of Mick Gatto. Because the cops got really frustrated that Mick Gatto's living this lavish lifestyle with no visible means of support. And he just went, "Oh, I sold some houses. How did you buy the houses?" "I just kind of did." And they couldn't prove any criminality on his part because he was just going into the banks and paying cash, and that money was never being checked or reported or whatnot. And so they couldn't prove he'd done anything wrong. And so they changed the laws so you can't do that. Like if you deposit more than a certain amount of money, you have to report it. Oh, Lee came back.
I hit the wrong button.
All right. I was going to make
Yeah,
some.
I was reading the comments, and someone's like, "You meet so many people." I'm like, "Yeah, actually, I do."
So many people, I guess. Oh, there you go. I love that line from Heist. "I have more money than common sense, and I don't have much money."
Oh man, that is
I like that
so
one.
funny.
Yeah.
I think I've got way more common sense than I do money, because I honestly don't think I've got that much. Because I'm living off a disability support pension and pensioner education supplement.
Yeah. Well, you sense then, I guess.
Actually, yeah, I just saw a comment. That's interesting because someone says about CommBank closing account. They did to one of my accounts recently, actually.
yeah.
Very funny. Yeah.
What?
So if an account is not active for a few months, they close it or something. Sounds like a new thing.
Oh yeah, mine's gonna soon be closed
Probably.
because I only use my
That
joint.
was a few years ago, I think.
It's not really fair because you don't have access to transactions or anything on the internet banking. It was very, very inconvenient. And they don't let you. They don't tell you basically. You just realize it was closed at one point.
Well, I believe it was in case, say, someone died and they had like a ton of savings, no one else could access that account. That money is now unusable,
banks,
it's no longer
yeah.
being circulated. So if someone died and they had like, say, 100,000 in savings, that money could then be put back in circulation.
So Bo is
no.
saying his account just got closed by the bank. He doesn't know why. I think we are possibly the worst people to be asking because we would just be making shit up. But oh hell, if Aidsy was here, he'd come up with a really compelling sounding reason. And
Oh,
he
gotta love
would come
AG.
up with it like that. He would go, "You know what happened? It's a and it would sound. He would make it sound absolutely believable as he made it up on the spot. He's
He's
Yeah,
good at
it's
that.
like
it's his favorite
like
thing
good-
to do.
it's like
He's a
one
good
singer
storyteller.
I know of. Like he literally thinks of his songs on the spot. Literally,
Yeah.
like pure imagination. You know who I'm talking about, don't you, Angry?
What?
The singer that thinks of things on the spot to sing about. Paul
No, I
McCartney.
Oh,
Paul
okay.
McCartney literally thinks of things on the spot to write songs on the spot. Because it's
Cool.
pure imagination.
I thought that was sorry. So you say pure imagination? I just
Yeah, I heard Willy Wonka.
Willy Wonka.
Yeah.
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 Close your eyes, and you'll be.
And I
Ooh,
remember someone
I
saying
can't
to me,
stand Willy Wonka.
someone
I-
saying to me,
Oh,
didn't
I-
Paul write Imagine? I'm like, no, that was John.
that was John, yeah. So I watched a YouTube video that has a very compelling argument that the movie Snowpiercer or the book, because it's based off a comic book, is a sequel to Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
yeah, I've seen.
Yeah, you've seen
the
it?
existence. I haven't watched it. I've seen that.
It's
that
very
exists.
compelling.
My theory, Snowpiercer
pure
is a
headcanon.
sequel to Willy Wonka. Yeah.
Yeah. It's it's compelling headcanon, but that's all it is, really.
Yeah, it's just someone having fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
but it's-
what about the Disney headcanon?
Which one?
what's that?
The one where there's like all these Disney movies are actually in the same universe.
Mm.
I thought that was
Oh, no.
I
Pixar.
think no, because
Disney's
you've got
well.
like Tarzan and everything, and
Okay.
and
'Cause I've heard
Frozen, and
Mm.
The Pixar,
Yeah.
because Pixar put Easter eggs about all their other movies in their movies.
Yeah.
And so there's a long-standing theory that it's a shared
The-
universe.
Another one that Kelly is talking about, the
Yeah.
parents of the characters of Frozen, we know they got lost in a shipwreck. In Little Mermaid, there is a shipwreck. And Tarzan is the father or the long-lost son of the King and Queen of Arendelle from Frozen.
Oh, no.
I think Voodoo Cobra's heard the
That's
same theory.
how
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I've heard it's all of them. are
Yeah,
in the
no,
same
it
universe,
is.
somewhere along the
But
line.
yeah, I've seen it, and it's to call it a stretch is being polite to them. It's like
I know, but
bits of
it's
it. Are,
funny anyway.
oh, it's fun. It's absolutely fun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Bits of the way they thread them together are quite stupid, but it's fun that someone sat down and said, "Hear me out. Hear me out."
I've
That
been
means
kind of
Star
thinking about
Wars is in the same universe as all the Disney movies.
Well,
Which is-
Leia is officially a Disney princess, so it's
Yeah.
she's a princess,
Yeah.
and Disney own her now, so she's a Disney princess.
Hmm.
It's canon.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Darth Vader is a Disney villain.
It's not canon, but Indiana Jones and Star Wars are linked.
Oh yeah.
There's a non-canon Star Wars comic book where Han and Chewie go through an unknown hyperspace route, crash land on Earth. Indiana Jones finds the Millennium Falcon and Han's skeleton.
Mhm.
Chewie is still alive. People think he's the Sasquatch.
Ah,
Oh, okay.
okay.
So that falls down when the fundamental thing of Star Wars is a long time ago.
Ah,
But
a long time
Galaxy
ago,
far, far away.
if they find a skeleton,
from in a galaxy far, far away, from our perspective, it would have been a long time ago.
Hmm.
Yeah.
that's the
But then that would defeat the purpose of Han Solo in one of the
Yeah.
newer Star Wars movies.
That's why it's.
I don't want to do
non-canon.
any
Yeah.
It's
spoilers.
unofficial.
Yeah.
It's unofficial.
Well,
It's non-canon. But
I like the fact that Indiana Jones and what's the one with the Ark?
Raiders of the Lost Ark.
The Raiders of the Lost Ark. The whole movie will play out exactly the same if Indy didn't appear in the movie.
only difference is the Ark would be lost again. It would not be hidden in that bunker.
Well, apart from the end.
Yeah.
Yeah. But all
that
the everything would happen exactly the same if Indy just stayed home banging his students.
Yeah. Has anyone seen the fourth movie in that series?
The Crystal Skull.
Yeah, that one.
That was a bit of a letdown.
The movie that stole the name Crystal Skull from
Okay.
Dan Aykroyd.
Okay, hear me out. It's a good movie. It's a bad Indiana Jones movie.
Okay.
Yeah, I love it when he survived a nuclear explosion by being in a fridge. I mean, yeah,
Oh, yeah.
that's how nuclear explosions work. Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and
Oh.
nuclear fallout and everything.
yeah.
Well, yeah, that and like he would be stuck in the fridge.
Mm.
Yes, it would have
It's one of those old ones, yeah.
Yeah. Be that sarcophagus.
Yeah. Like there are so many ways he should have died in that refrigerator.
Yeah,
There's so many ways he should have died in every movie.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
but it still is one of the all-time funniest scenes ever in a movie. Is when he's running through the bazaar in Raiders of the Lost Ark, and he's fighting all those guys there, and then and it's like the fight's so intense, and he's just barely beating these guys, and then the 7-foot tall guy with two huge swords comes and and then he just goes, "Oh fuck you," and pulls out a gun and shoots him.
But funny,
The reason that
funny
was
story.
done, I think me and Abigail are about to say the same thing.
I
You can
want this
Abigail.
one. Okay.
Abigail,
He was hungover on that day of shooting.
Yeah.
I heard he had a cold.
Oh no, that's right. He did. He had a cold.
Mhm.
He had a cold, and he couldn't. They had a protracted fist fight scripted out, and he just couldn't do it. So he just pulled out his gun and
Yeah.
shot him.
His
Yeah.
Yeah,
I can't
that's
do
right.
this.
I remember
is
that. I heard that
really
story.
Yeah, and they kept it in the movie.
Nice.
Sorry, yes, he had a cold.
Yes.
Oh yeah, it's one of the movies where this guy's like, "I'm walking here." That wasn't actually
Oh,
was
yeah.
not scripted.
That was
Ro-
unscripted.
Robert
yeah.
De Niro, yeah,
Mm.
yeah, that was not scripted.
Dustin Hoffman in Midnight Cowboy.
Oh, that's the one. Yeah, Midnight Cowboy.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about.
Yep.
But it's all those non-scripted ones are the ones where the actor just can't be bothered doing what the director wants. That stay in the movie and just awesome.
Well,
yeah,
you know, like a lot
It's
of
like-
directors will let their actors ad lib a bit if they're good at it.
like that-
Half of Thor Ragnarok was ad libbed.
Oh yeah,
Oh yeah,
Turns out
and it was
Chris-
really funny.
Yeah, it turns out Chris Hemsworth is good at comedy.
Oh my god, he needs more comedic roles. He's so funny.
Yeah, he's really
I mean, he's
good.
a sexy leading man as well, but he is
Oh,
so
even in the when he was in that Ghostbusters movie. That had me in stitches.
He was great.
Yeah.
He was great in
Yeah.
Ghostbusters.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And that movie was actually good.
Yes, it was. It was just that ridiculous, aggressive incel MRA bullshit going on.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, it's ruined Ghostbusters. No, Ghostbusters 2 ruined Ghostbusters. Ghostbusters 2 is
Oh,
an
I agree.
pile of shit designed to cash in. And if you're enough of a dishonest liar to say no, it isn't, then all the animated, really shitty animated knockoffs of Ghostbusters that killed Ghostbusters.
Oh.
Okay, back on the topic of improv in movies.
Yeah.
My partner just reminded me. Pirates of the Caribbean. I got a jar of dirt. That was not going to happen.
Fair enough.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah, or
what
that.
was he supposed to do with that jar of dirt?
It's Johnny Depp. Who knows?
Ugh.
It's Johnny
Now-
Depp.
Yeah.
This
Or that scene where the guy's with the axe and he's like, "Here's Johnny." That wasn't even scripted.
Yeah.
That
Oh,
made
there was
sense
so
in the
much stuff
concept.
that happened on that film set that was crazy, from what I've heard anyway.
The shilling.
Kubrick's horrible. Kubrick
Oh, yeah.
is horrible. He treated Shelley Long because he wanted her to be genuinely scared half the time.
Yeah,
Treated her
that's
really
what I was
bad
talking
on
about.
set. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then method actors like, what's his name who played Joker in Suicide Squad?
Oh, Jared
Oh,
Leto.
Jared.
Oh.
Him.
Yeah.
I don't
I'm not
remember
going
his
to
Ooh.
kill you. I'm just going to hurt you
Hey.
very, very much.
Voodoo
Angry.
Cobra's got a good one in the chat. The scene from that classic movie Warriors at the end when he clinks the bottles going, Warriors, come out to play. That wasn't scripted. It's just like
Yep.
he was just so weird and creepy. They were like, yeah, we're keeping that.
Angry,
Yeah.
just a quick one. I found some of the references you were talking about. I wanted to put it on the comments or something. If you find, it didn't let me put the link, but if you find a way to actually put these references as we talk about, that would be really cool, I think. I don't know, have you
private
done
chat.
that?
Angry can do it.
Yeah, it didn't let me put a link.
No, I'm the
Yeah,
only
it
one
doesn't.
who links.
Yeah, but that would be cool, I think. This was my first time using this
Oh, yeah. It's,
StreamYard thing.
and another improv was when at
Mhm.
the end of Yellow Submarine, apparently they did not script any of what the Beatles actually said during that, especially that bit where John was like, "Oh, there are blue meanies in the theater. There's only one way we're going to leave this one, singing." It's like, okay then.
Yes, smoking weed will do that to you.
I thought it was LSD, but
I'm not sure if they were into LSD that early. They got into LSD definitely.
Yellow Submarine, have you seen the movie?
Oh, yeah, no, yeah, that's LSD. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
That's the
Abigail.
one I'm
The whole
thinking
thing
about
is a LSD fever dream.
Yeah.
Edward, Hillary, boob, pud.
You know what's an LSD fever dream? Mary fucking Poppins. I'm like,
Oh.
She's a Time Lord.
with cartoon penguins, and I only say that because I was out one night a very long time ago in Oxford Street in Sydney, and a bar had that on the thing, and I may have, been under the influence of who knows what, but it was probably legal. Hypothetically, it was legal, but I was just looking at the TV screen going, what the fuck? What the fuck is this? And of course, I'd seen Mary Poppins multiple times, but I was just realizing this is some weird, messed up shit here.
Have you seen the second Mary Poppins movie?
I have not. No.
It is really good.
I've
It
heard-
actually is. And Dick Van Dyke's in it too.
Yeah.
He was?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's it called?
Character. Mary Poppins
Mary
Returns.
Returns. It's Mary Poppins 2, the Poppening. Sorry.
If you have Disney Plus, it's on that.
I have bits
Oh,
of
Alexa,
torrents.
you're dropping out. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks for dropping by now.
Bye.
Hey, just a quick one. Yeah, not hanging out, guys.
Oh,
Like,
but this is only recent.
and I'll tell you
it's
later
good.
about this photo idea.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, just remind me, definitely.
I will.
Right.
Yeah. All right, man.
Oh,
Bye, guys. Have a good night.
bye.
Bye.
Too good.
Lin-Manuel Miranda.
HR puff and stuff while we're talking about acid. HR puff
Oh,
was
oh
We
yeah,
didn't
that
have
was
golf.
totally.
With a name like
gross.
Puff and stuff. you
yeah,
expect-
right. It's not even subtle. Puff and stuff.
Oh yeah, and then you got Fringe with LSD.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not good.
Yeah, Lin-Manuel Miranda was really good in Mary Poppins.
He's
That's
just an
right.
all-round talented human being.
He
He's
is
so great.
amazing.
He's getting a real backlash from the Zoomers on TikTok these days, I hear.
Oh, really?
Oh, I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, no, a bunch of Zoomers ripping on millennials is hilarious.
Oh,
It's millennials coming to terms with the fact someone thinks they're really old.
Yeah.
And you go, it happened to me. It'll happen
It'll
to
happen to
you.
you.
oh yeah, and
Yeah, millennials are old now.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
30 plus. So
Yeah.
one thing I watched on Millennials
I'm only
was
going to be
Simon
30 this
Sinek.
year.
I'm turning 30 next year.
I'm
I
Gen
watched a
X.
Simon-
I'm way past. Oh,
I
yeah.
watched Simon Sinek discussing millennials, like the millennial question and whatnot, and what's happening with millennials. And I'm like,
Yeah.
this is actually pretty educational and pretty awesome.
I remember because because my friend Glee's not here, I can just blithely say I fucking hate boomers. Because Glee is a hippie boomer who is the loveliest person ever, who gets really upset whenever I say hippie boomers fucking suck, because she's the one good hippie boomer, and so she gets really upset when I pick on boomers. But boomers made my whole life miserable. So, but what I thought was funny, in the early days of the public internet, late 90s, early noughties, I remember first time I saw an article where shithead boomers were saying how ungrateful Gen X were and how much better Gen Y were going to be, and saying all good things about the younger ones. And I'm going, you dudes, they're lying to you. They're setting you up. They're going to fuck you. They're going to say that you'll get everything you want and it'll be good, and then they're going to rip you off and screw you over and fuck with you. And lo and behold, ask any millennial, did boomers treat you well? No, they did not.
Yeah, well, I'm still living with my parents, so.
And which is absolutely
Yeah,
understandable.
it's fine.
Seriously, as I keep citing, like, okay, my offspring are in their early 20s now, and they're both living at home. It never even occurred to me to tell them that that's a bad thing. When I was their age, I moved to Sydney from the country. I could afford to live in a shared house in inner Sydney, like one suburb out of the CBD, on the fucking dole. I'd have trouble paying that rent with my fucking job now. And Nettie with the puppy.
Yay!
Yeah,
I lived at
my
home
parents
until I was 28.
were married by about 25, and and my mum had me when she was 29. So, and I'm turning 30 this year. So, yeah.
Yeah, no, the world was different.
So-
That's all there is to it.
So the
Yeah. Hey, Angry, have
the-
you seen the meme of the in one frame boomers and millennials like going at each other, and in the next frame there's that woman from Grace and somebody.
Oh, yeah,
The
Will and Grace.
alcohol thing.
Grace and Frankie?
I don't know. Anyway, she's got her big bottle of booze and she's clinking.
Probably
with
Grace and Frankie.
She's
No, it's
clinking
Will and Grace.
with the
Oh, Will and Grace. Never mind.
10-year-old Gen
Yeah.
Z.
Yeah, it's like, the millennials and boomers are fighting aggressively, and Gen X is going, somehow they forgot about us. Let's just hang out.
again.
With yeah, again.
Yeah.
With a forgotten middle
Oh
child.
man, that's pretty funny.
Yeah, it's like one of those situations where you kind of want to be forgotten.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I was watching a TV show, and like the end of season 1 of it, it's one of the main characters is like, "Where are we? Who am I? Who are you?" And then this was actually Fringe of all movies, of all TV shows.
Fringe was
And
a
the guy,
great show.
and the guy's like, "Well, the answer to the first question is it's rather complicated, and the answer to the second question, Olivia Dunham, is I'm William Bell, and it was Leonard Nimoy." And I'm like, "Oh my goodness, I miss that guy."
Yeah. Speaking of Star Trek,
Yes.
That's why I brought it up, because it's Leonard Nimoy.
has anyone seen the latest episode of Lower Decks yet?
I haven't
Star
seen
Trek
any
Lower
of it.
Decks?
No.
It's really good. It's like Star
I've never
Trek
seen
meets
it.
Rick and Morty. It's so funny. Who's echoing?
I don't
can
know.
hear echo. Someone is. Anyway, Star Trek Lower Decks. All the references, all the funnies. Yeah, it's a great show. Watch it. Although actually, it's actually impossible to watch it legally.
Yes.
Outside of the United States and Canada.
Yes. Minor impediment.
Oh, that'll show him.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm an anime fan. I'm used to that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
All right, guys, I'm going to have to say au revoir and good night
Au
because
revoir.
my phone's almost dying.
All right.
Good
See you
night.
later.
Okay, good night.
Live long and prosper.
All right. Yeah,
Yeah, possibly
live long
with
and
you.
prosper and peace and love. See you.
Oh, there's
What they say.
Hobbing Rusty saying welcome to the 35.
Speaking of this, apparently, I'm trying to remember his name. William Shatner had to actually have his fingers taped together or something because he couldn't do this.
Some people can't
Yeah.
do this.
It's
Yeah.
hard.
That's so weird.
I can't do it with that hand.
There you go. Oh, my son has that weird double jointed thing where he can crack
Yep.
and make fingers, and I'm like, dude, stop it. And he's going, what? And because they make horrible cracking noises when he does it too.
Ugh.
And he
Oh,
knows
my
it puts
friend
me
has
off, and he'll just
hyperflexibility.
crack, 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 like with his monster hands. And it's well, that's nice, Abigail. I like that.
That's the
I used
limit
to
of
do
my
that
hypermobility. It's not that bad, but I can touch my thumb to my arm.
Oh, Jesus.
I can do that. Yeah.
Okay, no, you've got more hypermobility than me. Jesus. Oh, no. I'm just going, look,
Yeah,
that's my thumb. That's as far as my thumb goes.
Oh, I mean, I have to force it, but it
Oh,
touches.
oh, no.
Yeah, my friend has all sorts of problems because of her hyperflexibility.
Yeah,
catching up
yeah,
with you.
yeah. Tell me about it. The first diagnosis I had for fibromyalgia was a test for hypermobility. Like
Ooh.
that's comorbidity. Comorbidity, I think it's called.
I think it's now called co-occurrence or something like that. I think they've got
Okay.
rid of comorbidity
Okay.
or
I
coexisting.
I've
Yep.
seen a video of a guy. He often gets work on horror movies and whatnot because he can do absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, he's on Star Trek Discovery. He plays Saru.
Yeah, and no.
Speaking of-
okay, I know who you're talking about.
Doug
And
Jones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a white guy. This is a black guy I've seen.
Oh, okay.
He does the thing of he can walk on his arms and legs backwards.
Yeah.
And he flips his arms over impossibly when he does it, and can
Yep.
twist. And I know the guy you're talking about can do it too, but he does it as a party trick just to fucking scare people sometimes. Like wear zombie makeup and start doing this weird impossible shit, and it freaks people out. But yeah, high stats. This is one thing. Can bend the top knuckle of all fingers on your right hand.
What's wrong,
While the other
Scruffles?
knuckle is ridged. Jesus. Okay. I've seen people who can bend the top knuckle back 90 degrees.
Okay. Yeah. I can't. Yeah. I can wiggle my ears.
That's a
Me
good
too.
one. Wiggling your ears is a good one.
I saw my uncle doing it once, and I'm like, "That's a cool trick," and just started doing it.
Yeah, apparently anyone can do it if you just practice for long enough because it's just muscle control. You just have to
Yeah, and
really focus.
You have to like not smile while you do it because it uses the same muscles.
Yeah, yeah.
I remember when
I used to lie in bed as a little kid and wonder why, like, I was moving on the bed. And it was because I was moving my ears without even knowing. Or it took about probably, I don't know, 6 months to work out what the hell was going on. I'm wiggling my ears. What the hell?
Yeah. One of my tutors at college did the theatre course I was doing. He's talking about physical control and whatnot. He's like, you can do anything if you focus and practice for long enough. You know, you can learn stuff, and it's not that hard. Like this, and his ears did not wiggle. They like moved halfway back and forth on his fucking head, and the whole class is like, dude, what the hell is that? What the hell is that? And he's just going, no, it's easy, and we're going, dude, that's not normal. That is not normal.
I've got an essential tremor in my hands.
An essential tremor?
Yeah.
Oh, that's with an M as in mother?
No, AEN, as in now.
I was confused. I thought there was someone called Trevor in your hands.
No, M. Essential tremor.
Tremor.
Yes. Sorry, I have bad hearing, and I thought there was a guy called Trevor who was essential.
No. No. Which makes doing fiddly tasks or even taking some photos really difficult.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. No, I could imagine.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Oh, Kirsten was saying someone from Drag Race, Eve Audley, has EDS. Again, flexibility, but it's really debilitating as well. Because your joints aren't actually meant to do it. So if you do it, you eventually end up paying. It's like high-impact sports, like particularly American football. You're not meant to do that. You're not meant to smash into other people. And you end up paying. The overwhelming majority of those really successful football players have absolutely crippling health problems by the time they're 50, if they're lucky. If they're unlucky, it happens sooner. Everything from all their joints give up and they're basically completely incapacitated, or head trauma is terrible in those things. But
yeah, and the league just writes them off and treats them like shit after they age out.
Yeah, and there was that doctor who proved that they were basically killing them with this concussion. The bloody Will Smith played him in the movie, and the NFL did everything possible to discredit that guy and ruin him because it's like, oh no, he's going to tell everyone our secret that we're actually killing our players. It's just like,
what movie was that?
Okay, what was the movie where Will Smith played the doctor? I feel like Fox is looking up on Google as we speak, but maybe not. Good evening, Jim.
I'll do it.
Just go Will Smith Doctor NFL, and it'll might have been called Concussion or something.
Concussion.
It was called Concussion?
Yep.
I remembered it was called Concussion. Yeah, but the NFL really wanted to destroy that guy because if they're criminally or even just, from workplace safety point of view, liable for these terrible health complications, it would cost them billions. And it should, because they're fucking criminals who are doing this to these guys. And, but yeah, that's what I think. Salumi was moving jars in the pantry and scared. Oh, Salumi yelled, forgetting she's not on the stream, yelled concussion from the other room and scared her cat.
Oh, kitty.
My cat managed to scare herself I was sitting on the lounge and I had the remote sitting on the arm of the lounge, and she jumps up in my lap and prances about and goes to climb up on the arm and knocks the remote's off, which hit the wooden floor with a very loud clatter, and then she jumps about 100 miles and runs out of the room. Speaking of kitties, hello.
Hello, kitty. I'm just imagining this cat being concerned about their human having a concussion and like checking their temperature and raising their legs and lying them down and
Doing the Glasgow Coma scale test.
Does the cat
You wouldn't do
understand
that for me.
English that well? Oh no, she's got a concussion.
Yeah. Oh, actually, speaking of Star Trek, there's a cat doctor. The chief medical officer on Star Trek Lower Decks is a feline species called Cation, and I'm so happy to see one in Star Trek.
And Abigail,
Sorry?
we weren't talking about Star Trek, but that's okay.
Someone mentioned doctors and cats, and thus the connection.
Yes, there was a connection.
Very natural.
But I will be here for all your Star Trek connections tonight because I missed
Star Trek connection.
Woo! I missed the Gene Roddenberry birthday.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite Simpsons jokes when they're doing the Leonard Nimoy, and they had like his first book, I Am Not Spock, and his second book, I Am Spock, and his third book, I Am Also Scotty. But both Nimoy and Shatner had that thing where they didn't really understand the fandom at one point. Yeah. Nimoy did it with the book I Am Not Spock, and the feedback he got from people is why he called the next one I Am Spock. Shatner famously did a Saturday Night Live sketch of
Get a Life,
and he shouted the line, "What the hell is wrong with you people? Get a life!" And he found out how that genuinely hurt so many people, and so he had a book called Get a Life. And but it's like neither of them really understood the fandom and what the show meant to the fandom, but they learned. Jim's upset with our camera placement.
I don't know if you can change that.
Abigail and Fox. Oh, for alphabetical. I just
alphabetical,
got what you're doing. Oh.
Yeah, Shatner resisted going to conventions for the longest time because of that whole geeky fandom thing. But eventually he wanted the money. So he went.
Yes, and he's guaranteed money. Kirsten confessed to also answering questions out loud, which concerns her husband because she's not actually on the stream. I do it in other live streams. I don't so much answer questions, but I laugh. Like I'm sitting there watching something with headphones on, and there's other people in the room, and I just go, ha, 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 ha. And they'll go, what? And I went, oh, sorry, I forgot that you'd hear me if I laughed. I'm just joining in on the, and I think I do go as far as going, yeah, sometimes. And anyone else in the room looks at me, and I'm like, sorry, I'm just kind of into it at the moment, you know.
Yeah, my parents just are so used to me just laughing really loud at things.
A social etiquette I wanted to introduce when commuting to work was still a thing is people don't listen to funny podcasts on public transport because it's deeply unsettling. Someone with headphones in, staring vacantly into the middle distance, suddenly going, okay,
I laugh when I'm at home, but when I'm reading something or watching something funny on a train or a bus or whatever, my laugh suddenly goes to mute.
Well, that's fair.
And if you're reading
so
something,
I probably look like I'm convulsing or something.
Yeah.
I just like laughing at people.
Yeah.
And sometimes I point and laugh, especially if they've like fallen over or something.
Yeah. Oh, Heist is trying to weird everyone out. He does the weird giggling with headphones off when he's not listening to him. See, that's what I'm worried about. Just reminded me, public transport and laughing, an absolutely absurd story which I loved. I think it was the guy who wrote the Rumpole of the Bailey books that were then turned into a very successful TV show. He was being interviewed and talking about life as a writer is really weird, especially if you're a comedic writer or there's some funny stuff in your writing. You write it and you have no idea if anyone ever finds it funny. And he goes, that manifested in a weird way. Is a friend of his who was also a writer, who was a comedic. He happened to be on a train and he saw someone was reading his book, and not just reading his book, but they were like a couple of pages before what he thought was the funniest bit in the book. And so he stayed watching to see if they laughed when they reached that bit, and he missed his station because it was really important. It was really important to him to see if this person laughed when they got to the funny bits. Which
Did they laugh?
That was hilarious. Yeah, they did, but he was like 3 stops past his station by the time they laughed.
So
Worth it.
Worth it. Absolutely worth it. There's that's why stand-up comedians, they get the instant feedback. They get addicted to that. And YouTube, you get delayed feedback, like you get comments. But if you write a book, you have no idea. You have no idea how it's reaching people. But
with the internet now, they know.
I remember being so enthralled in a book that not only did I miss my stop on the train, I accidentally caught the train on the wrong line.
Yeah.
And didn't realize until about 15 stations, and I looked up, where am I? I was.
I've done
it was
that.
a really good book.
I
It was
ended
Isaac
up,
Asimov, by the way.
I ended up at a train station called Airport, and it was just like a wasteland. I was like, where the fuck am I? And it was the 90s, so I didn't have like a smartphone on me. I just had to wait until the next train to go in the opposite direction.
Yep.
Yeah, I have mentioned this before, but I was okay. To be fair, I was in high school, but I was so enthralled in reading the final, the final then Twilight book that I ended up not hearing that it was time to go home, so I missed the bus and ended up having to stay an extra few hours and go home with the juniors.
Oh no!
Fortunately, it was a very long book.
The indignity of it. Not the juniors.
It's not that it was the juniors. It's that when the seniors leave at like 5 to 1, and the juniors leave at 4:05.
Yep.
I
and I've been there since about 7:30.
Yeah.
You've done your time.
Yeah.
I've done my time.
I do the crime. I do the time.
Yeah, I remember high school. I was so into reading that I would often go to school like half an hour or sometimes up to an hour early just to sit and read in silence.
Yeah.
That was
That's what the library's called.
yeah, but it wasn't open, and it was full of high school students.
Yeah, with high school and stuff. I told the teacher in a parent-teacher interview, I have a really bad problem. I'm reading a lot, and it's nothing that I'm supposed to be reading.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
what a problem.
Yet they still didn't say it was a problem. And I'm like, but it means I'm not getting my schoolwork done.
Yeah, but loving reading is an important thing, and being forced to read particular things can really kill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
If I'm being told to read something, I won't read it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a big thing.
I got told off for reading ahead of the class with a book we were meant to read. I knew what was coming up, and we weren't that far ahead, and I'd gone pretty far ahead in the book, and I got told off.
One of
the few times I didn't mind being told off.
Why weren't you allowed to go that far ahead?
Because the class was meant to be because I think we're doing tests on it and questions and stuff, and if I got ahead, I'd know more And I might spoil the book for everyone else. Wasn't a good book from what I
Okay.
can remember, and I can barely remember it.
It mustn't have been all that influential then.
Nope.
I like Kirsten's line. She had a chair in the library that was her chair.
Did it have your name on it?
No. It psychologically had her name on it because she was there so often, I think. What she's like. Hey, I'm going to leave you guys to chat for a bit. I'm going to make because I've got these special things, I'm going to make videos as I make cocktails of them. So I'm going to make a limey gimlet, which is a gin gimlet with the addition of rum. So it's both the seafaring with beverages, the gin and the whiskey with lime. So I'm going to make that and then come back with you and drink it. So
okay, well, speaking of Star Trek, I'm off to the replicator to get some water.
Okay. See you when you get back.
Wednesday, just tell me if this works. I'm just hitting.
Yep, that works.
Good, but I also have to switch off the speaker, so I don't hear you. So I'll just do that, and speaker's off, and now my.
Okay, now he's gone.
Did anyone have to read Gary Crew?
Not that I can think of. I can't think of any of these books.
Yeah, I had to read a few of his books in high school and then in university because he was one of my lecturers.
Wow.
A really funny story. He walked in on my appointment with one of my tutors, and he told me and the tutor that he would like to be a live model. Which basically means he would be nude for people drawing pictures and stuff, or paintings and whatever.
Writers are weird.
Yes,
Writers are weird like that.
He did write a really good book though. Stranger Things was not Stranger Things. Strange Objects. That's it. I was not a fan of that one, and I couldn't read it.
Did you tell him?
No, I didn't.
I would have.
But yeah, in high school I had to read it, and I just came, and then we had to write a fanfic ending or a fanfic beginning.
Who was it? Sorry, I missed
Gary
it.
Crew. Wrote Strange Objects. He's an Australian writer. Anyway, well, I say it's fanfic. It was fanfic. We had to create our own beginning or own ending, or somewhere in the middle. I wrote my own ending, and in my ending, I had the main character just decide to go off the grid and live the rest of their life as a woman.
As you do.
Okay.
Yeah, it was fun.
I did that in real life.
So there.
Hey, but there was a difference.
I didn't go off the grid, I guess.
Yeah, as in, yeah. Also, yeah, you didn't do it because you were wanted by the police.
How do you know?
Was I?
No, she's been chased by the Romulans.
The Starfleet Secret Police. Section 31's after me.
That's okay. The Galactic Empire's after me.
Oh,
Is that a Star Wars reference?
Yes. And the Goa'uld are after me as well.
Hey, I'm a big Stargate fan.
I'm a fan of Stargate, Star Wars, and Star Trek,
Yep,
and my cousins have never seen any of them.
That is a travesty. You must.
Yeah, they say like they're basically like, I've never seen anything with star in the title.
That is a travesty. You must rectify this immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how. They live in Victoria.
You will tie them up and make them watch all of them.
Including Clone Wars and Rebels and Star Trek
Christ.
animated series and like who'd we lose?
Nettie. Nettie's
Oh,
gone.
Nettie's gone. Bummer.
No.
Well, speaking
Okay,
of
Abigail.
Star Trek,
Favorite Stargate character?
Rodney McKay. Boom. I have interacted with him. Who like not Rodney obviously, but the actor on his live streams. But instantly Rodney McKay for days. Yeah.
Mine's always been Teal'c.
He's too much like Worf. And same with Ronan Dax. It's just another Teal'c. But I did enjoy the episode where they fought each other. That was great.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to say this one, but with the caveat that I have only seen about half of Stargate.
Sorry,
Okay.
someone just said holiday special in the comments, and I can't watch it. It's the worst. Sorry, Kelly. Go on.
Caveat, I have only seen about 5 seasons of Stargate SG-1.
Okay, that's pretty good.
Yeah, you've seen enough,
so my
really.
my
The
favorite
whole
is
Ori
Daniel.
thing was okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I actually I watched the first episode of SG-1. Went on watching Star Trek because that was when DS9 was around and TNG, and then I got into Atlantis before having watched all of SG-1. So it was a weird way to watch it, but
I'm jealous of you.
Oh, nice.
I'm jealous. I want to meet him.
So I've met William Shatner. Bit of a dick. But he asked me how my day was. Oh well, he like it was a long line. Everyone was tired. He was just there signing names, and I asked him how his day was, and he said fine, and asked me how I was, and that was about it. And then
so it wasn't that
shoot
he was
along.
a dick, it's just
I met George Takei.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
I missed.
He didn't
my
listen to
opportunity.
it, what I said.
Oh, what did you say? You met George Takei?
Oh yeah. I asked him about how he was liking Australia or something like that, and the answer that he gave was so disconnected to what I'd said that I'm you did not listen to me at all, did you?
Oh my.
it was probably a similar thing near the end of the day. He's probably met every
Well, it was
other
more the
friend.
middle of the day, I think, but still, when
he meets
you
like
pay a lot of
hundreds
money
fans.
to meet these people.
I know. One of the reasons Avery Brooks doesn't do conventions anymore because they got him on once to do a convention, and he's of the philosophy that they're spending lots of money. I'm going to spend as much time with them as feels right, and the lines got backed up so much that they never asked him back again.
Wow.
So, which is a shame because he's my favorite captain.
Yeah.
What? You've met Angry Aussie. Oh wow, my internet celebrities. Woo. Sorry, please come back, Angry. I can't hold this whole conversation. I'm an I've been on.
But we've got
this is
Star
my
Trek
fourth-
to talk about. We
Have
haven't
you
talked
seen
about
my-
Star Trek properly.
Have you seen my Star Trek tattoo?
No.
No.
Oh, that's really cool.
Nice.
In the right place and everything.
Yep.
So, yeah, that's yeah. I've got a Transformers tattoo here. It's Grimlock. And I've got a Doctor Who tattoo. So I've got Grimlock there, being all dinosaur-y. And I've got this is Doctor Who. That's the seal of Rassilon.
Oh, yep.
And I've got one on my back, which I have to like get undressed to show, but it's a Dungeons and Dragons creature.
Is it a
Yeah.
Terrace?
It's not a Tarrasque. It's a fairy dragon.
Ah,
Yeah.
also a good choice.
Well, it's still like butterfly on your back, wings on your back, or dragons on your back.
Mm.
I got all three nailed in one tattoo.
Why did Kirsten decide to call us out like that? 3
What's that?
introverts on stream. Kirsten, why did you call us out?
Please send us an extrovert to help us, please.
Yeah, so favorite Star Trek character?
I have to think back
Which
to last time I
series?
watched it.
The original series. It's the only one I've seen.
Oh, okay. Spock, of course.
Yep.
Because, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
definitely.
Favorite
Yeah,
Babylon
but
5
it
character?
would be a close tie
Never
between
seen Babylon
Spock and
5.
Kirk for me.
Babylon, you got to watch Babylon 5. It's great.
I've heard that plenty of times.
The visuals were groundbreaking for their time. They haven't aged well because it's CG, but it was so good. And just like that, the J. Michael Straczynski, who wrote the whole thing first. Apart from there was a few Monster of the Week episodes, but there was this huge story arc, a serialized story arc that he wrote before filming, and that's what made it just so good because it just pieced together. You see snippets here and there. You see callbacks. There's a timey-wimey thing that happens, and you're like, what the fuck? 2 seasons later, they explain it, and it was just groundbreaking. I highly recommend it.
Oh, I was so disappointed when Hannibal wasn't renewed because the creator Brian Fuller he had mapped out the entire series and he had this massive plan and how it was going to start and all the way to the end, and then he never got to realize it, and they still want to bring it back so that he can finish it.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, where it left off though was really interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it, so I wouldn't know.
Do you like horror?
Not really, no.
Yeah, then you probably wouldn't like it. Although it's more fantastical horror than actual horror.
Okay. I don't like jump scares. I don't like.
No, well, it's got
a
few jump scares, but it doesn't rely on jump scares.
Okay. I just want to. What Safa says, J.J. Abrams' Star Trek. It absolutely is in an alternate universe. They call it the Kelvin verse or the Kelvin timeline, and so in Star Trek Picard, they actually mention the Romulans star blowing up that spawned the Kelvin verse, but they're not actually in it. And Star Trek Online, you actually get to jump from each universe. So, yeah, absolutely in an alternate universe.
Yeah, and as for Lumi, there is differences between because I have read Red Dragon and Silence of the Lambs. So yeah, there is definitely differences between and I've seen the movies. So there's differences between the different incarnations of Hannibal in the Brian Fuller Hannibal versus the others. But I think that I actually prefer them because there's so much more depth to the characters. It's so otherworldly. It's so pretty. It's so the music and everything. There's just so much in it that I never thought I could watch a different person play Hannibal after Anthony Hopkins, but Mads Mikkelsen just kicked it out, like hit it out of the park.
Okay.
And the chemistry that is between Hannibal and Will, because they don't have the rights to Clarice Starling, was a really interesting and fascinating thing because unlike with Clarice, where her descent into darkness was, it didn't really make sense.
Sure.
In the Hannibal show, it made a lot more sense as to why Will becomes more enticed by Hannibal and becomes more converted to his way of thinking. So it's a lot better.
Cool.
My mum was going to bed.
Okay. So I'm with is it Hist Connell? I don't know how to say your name, but I'm with you. The horror movies are like a kind of very ambient, like oh hi. The
Hello,
Exorcist,
I was
for
your
example.
extrovert. I was just backstage.
Extrovert. I'm glad you're here because I wanted to show you I made 2 of them, but I made the booties.
Oh, cool!
So
I gave the boobies to the person for whom that I was making them for their baby who's due soon, and they were like, "You did this like just with your own hands? This is some sort of I
also started this baby blanket, and
that's
it
really
has
pretty.
An almost metallic sheen. It's so good.
It's really amazing.
Can't wait to see it finished.
I can't find my large crochet needle. I think it's gone under the couch.
Oh no!
And so I'm not doing any work on crochet.
I have a set. Have I shown you
I know
my
you
set?
have a set. Don't show me your set. It makes me jealous.
God,
$15 on eBay. Seriously.
Speaking about Hannibal, those look like murder tools. They were very shiny.
Looks they
look like lock
really
picking
small ones. I have a lock picking set, and they do kind of.
Of course you do.
I wasn't watching the sports ball. The husband was watching the sports ball.
Yes, and he's polite when the husband is watching the sports ball. Oh, and Diggle Doty's just popping. Oh, I noticed. Sorry, Aussie Gun Bunny's asking me about my problem, and he's being circumspect. It was a blocked toilet. That was the problem. I was asking on social media today, does anyone have any tips? And we'd already tried all the things people tip. So I'm thinking of like going to like Bunnings or somewhere and getting a thing called an auger, which is the thing where you turn a thing and a little snake goes down the pipe.
Oh yeah.
So, except I don't think there's any Bunnings within 5 kilometers of my house.
There's one. Oh, I don't even know where you live. Caulfield, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I'm vaguely. There's the closest one is at Chadston, and that might just be in 5 kilometers.
Yeah. Can't you order stuff online?
Yeah, they charge you for delivery then.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at the government site because I put my address in. Right, there I am. And there's my 5 kilometer. Oh, and it really looks like Chadston's just outside it.
Oh, bummer.
Oh, yeah, there's Warrigal Road. No, wait, where's the Chadston Shopping Centre? Is it on Warrigal Road or past Warrigal Road? I'm always confused.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, wait, that's the freeway. I don't want the freeway.
You'd definitely know, Fox, being intimately understanding of Melbourne's topography.
I've only lived in 3 areas of Melbourne. That was in 6 months. No.
It's okay. I've lived in Melbourne 5 years. I know like 8 suburbs max.
I mean, it was in different areas. Like one was in north, one was in east, one was in west. So,
yeah. No, I've lived here 20 years, and I still don't know the same half dozen suburbs that I regularly go to.
Yeah.
It's not much.
Yeah, unless I specifically have work out there, I don't go west.
I
I
found
think it's
out
hilarious that people won't cross the Westgate Bridge. Like there are Melburnians
Yeah,
who are
but
like, "Oh
have
no,
you-
I'd rather."
have you been out the west?
I used to
Yeah.
live out in Altona Meadows. I know what that area is like relatively.
So
Yeah.
I'm within walking distance of the place I was actually born, and it's not far. Like, yeah, I have not
Okay,
moved far.
that's really close.
Yeah. So I was a gun bunny in Townsville saying you'd be screwed with a 5 kilometer limit. You're going to barely get anywhere there. But the rule actually is if like the closest supermarket is more than 5 kilometers away, you're allowed to go there. But there are very few people, if anyone, who actually has that issue. I know when it came up, people were saying it on Twitter and stuff, and I was all I could do to restrain myself from saying fucking bullshit. Where the fuck in Melbourne Metro are you more than 5 kilometers away from a supermarket? You fucking drama queen. Not even the perimeter.
A couple of people like at work were like, "Oh, but the only shopping center or supermarket within 5Ks is too expensive, so I don't want to go there."
Again, I call shenanigans on that.
Yeah, exactly what I said.
Everyone's within 5K of a Coles or a Woolworths.
Well,
and they're all
not if you live in the bush, but
well, no. I meant Metro Melbourne, and yes, but yeah, they clarified like the same day, like, okay, if you happen to be in the lockdown zone and you're more than 5K from the nearest supermarket, you can go to that supermarket.
So like 3 people were affected by that?
Yeah. No.
Apparently the whole suburb of Warrandyte and several suburbs in like that area don't have like a Coles or Woolies. They only have a small IGA. I was like, so go to the small IGA, help the local.
Yeah.
Like the IGA that's literally just outside our door. We live in between all these office buildings. And so this IGA is clearly sort of designed for office workers to come and get lunch type of things. Like everything else is not designed for, living. And I went in there the other day and you could just tell that like the owner was just so excited to see me. The first person he'd seen in maybe an hour because these like 5 office towers we live in the middle of.
Yeah, they were empty. Yeah.
That's funny.
Well, we don't really go to this IGA very often, mostly because we've had meat from there twice and both times got food poisoning. Like it's not a great IGA.
No.
It's fine if you want a packet of chips or like that's it. So we go there for snacks.
Yeah.
So speaking of Star Trek, Angry, who's your favorite Star Trek character? We were discussing this before.
Favorite Star Trek character.
And to help you out, TNG, for example, Next Generation.
All right,
character.
Next Generation. I mean, I'd probably be super lame and say Picard.
That's not a lame choice. He's rad. He's a really good.
But I mean,
I haven't seen
really
TNG.
Sorry,
I haven't seen TNG. I've only seen TOS.
They're all on Netflix.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't want to watch anything past Kirk and Spock.
That's fair. That's fair.
I mean, I would say you're missing out, but also live your best life if that's what you love.
Yeah.
All the more power to you.
I like Bones in the original one because he's just so fucking grumpy.
Oh, he was great.
And
I know they're not anymore because of CBS, of course. That used to be all Star Trek used to be on Netflix, but not anymore.
they're not anymore. Okay.
Because CBS All Access is a thing, and they all I'm so infuriated by all these streaming services because they think that by providing their own service, they're like bringing healthy competition, but they're not.
No.
They're like
Oh.
just separating out all these shows,
Yeah.
and it's
And
it's
they're
the
going to-
worst.
They're going to lose a bunch of money and die. But,
Yeah.
Oh, apparently, a bunch of anime people, a bunch of anime companies are doing something really radical and forming a YouTube group where, so far it's only in Japan, but they're looking at expanding to the United States and stuff, and they will basically put all these like anime shows onto YouTube for people to watch online. And so it will cut away from the platforms such as Crunchyroll, Funimation, Anime Lab, and all that sort of stuff.
Bummer.
Nice. Oh,
Sucks
hang
for them.
on. Hang on. Say that again. Sorry. It's the anime studios or the
anime studios
making YouTube channels to
making one YouTube channel.
Yeah. Oh,
That will
that's
have-
really bad.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like a monopoly at all.
No.
I know, it's the reverse.
Okay. Let's wait and see. Like I don't know. Like I'm not an anime fan, so I shouldn't judge. But it never sounds good when like you bunch everyone into one place. Like
That's where I would say in most cases that would be right, but in the case of media, I would disagree.
Yeah,
Because the thing is that at the moment we are getting so many streaming services, and the thing is you're not getting all the content, and so because of that, like I've got three different anime subscriptions.
Yep.
And yet, if I wanted to watch certain anime, I would have to still pirate stuff because I can't get it in any other way. And
how are they going to monetize?
it's
access?
ad revenue.
Oh, it's ad revenue. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's like they're creating a worldwide TV station via the
Pretty much
platform
through
of
YouTube.
YouTube. I'm sure YouTube are loving that.
Oh yeah, YouTube would love it.
Well, they have the infrastructure. Why not? Why roll your own when YouTube is right there? I guess. Yeah.
I was going to say this won't mean anything because it's green, but this is the creme de menthe thing that I made earlier, that I milk clarified. It's still got in the real world, it has a very, 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 very light green color, but it's almost clear with a very light green color. And what it looks like on your screen is not what it looks like in real life.
It
looks like a very hydrated person weed into that bottle.
Yeah.
Yes.
Most of my clarified drinks
decently hydrated.
look like you.
Okay. Sort of.
There's no getting around it. The one I made last night. Again, I'm not drinking this because this is for date night, but it's green as well. Yeah, and it looks yellow as well. So that's green.
Nice.
Is it the chroma key though? Like,
it's
that
something.
look chroma keyed. That looked like something else.
I don't know. Stupid webcam. It's not the webcam. The webcam's fine. The software that runs it is fucking.
You gotta let me have a look at it. I'm sure I'll figure it out.
Oh,
Prick it with a stick.
When lockdown finishes.
Yeah.
When I finish upgrading your computer.
Yes, then you can look at the webcam. Oh, speaking of Star Trek, Kirsten, with the fingerline gin, I just made a recipe I found called a limey gimlet.
Gimlet. Yep.
But it's a gimlet with rum. Like it's a gin gimlet with half an ounce of rum as well. And I think that's like It was good. It was. I finished it already. It's.
Very
It's
good then.
celebrating the limeys, the British sailors who were given rations of either gin or rum, and mixed with lime.
To ward off scurvy, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
Or
yeah. They would drink gin and tonic in some parts of the empire because the quinine in the tonic would reduce malaria. And they lime juice in the high seas, and they had their daily tot. I think for enlisted sailors it was rum, but I think officers maybe got gin. They would mix with lime and sugar.
Brandy for special occasions.
Yes, probably.
Brandy.
Again, officers probably got brandy.
Yeah.
But this Kirsten, generally the lime in this, to me, the citrusy flavor is more citrus. It reminds me more of citrus oil than citrus gin. That's nice. Yeah, it's got a little.
The finger limes look like caviar. It's vegan caviar.
Yes. For those who aren't familiar with the Australian native finger lime, when you split it open, it has all these little blobbles of juice. They look like little bits of caviar.
They're really beautiful. So expensive.
Yes. Yeah, I was looking like on the Applewood site where they're going like, yes, here's a drink we recommend you do with that, and they're like, and use actual finger limes in your drink. I'm going, I don't have finger limes, okay? They're hard to get.
Millionaire. So one of my internet friends keeps getting sponsorships from a company that does finger limes.
Oh.
And so she's got these beautiful Instagram photos with like 1,000 finger limes in them, and I'm just like,
oh, so unfair. So unfair.
I'm like, Ainsley, can you post it to me? She's like, it's not going to last all the way from Adelaide to Victoria.
Yeah. Well, just took about 2 weeks. Like you know how fast your one from Starwood was.
That was a miracle. I'm pretty
like
sure that the blood sacrifice is what helped.
Yeah.
Because I didn't do it again. I didn't do it again this week, and we've lost a bunch of bottles. So.
Oh no.
I'm running out of marketing people to sacrifice.
Yeah. Well, I hope you. Nettie apparently ordered 2 more bottles of the new old fashioned, so hopefully they didn't get lost.
I did miss what she wanted to be in her package because
she's jealous of the badge. She's jealous of the badge that you get.
I can arrange one of those for her.
Just put the badge in every package.
No, these badges are expensive, and I'm the boss of them.
Yeah. Yeah, no, because I've been wearing it on the vest in every cocktail video without really drawing attention to it. And when I mention it, then he's going, I want one of those. Can I get one of those in my order?
I'll arrange for one to go to her. Of course she can. Just have to ask nice.
Yeah.
Everybody else I tell no, get fucked.
Yes.
I think I've got like 30 left. Like they are rare at the moment.
I once went up to a boss at a place, the boss at a place I used to work at, and just yelled, "You're not the boss of me!" So he said, "You're fired."
And said, "See, I was right."
It was just a joke. He didn't actually fire me that day.
No. The next day, though.
How is it? Is it amazing?
This is really good. I'm going to make a Manhattan with this and the Fortis.
Okay.
But it's a fucking cork and it won't go. I've got to find something else to use as a stopper for the bottle now.
Ooh.
Something like
yeah,
this.
you need. Yeah, you need one of those.
One of those. Yeah,
One
I
of
need
these
one of
things.
those.
You can buy
Get
one of
us
those
right.
at your
You
local
just
Dan Mathers.
happen to have that lying around.
Yeah. I'll probably do something temporary and then get one of those in the Dan Murphy's or something.
Yes. The thing I use for the sparkling wine and the Moscato happens to be on my computer desk right beside me.
Just because.
Fair enough.
So-
I think I took mine to the kitchen earlier. So, like, realistically, it's not that crazy that you have them.
No,
I have
the kitchen's just there.
I have the rubber ones that you suck the air out of.
Yeah, that didn't sound wrong. Okay, cool.
It's no different to washing your jigger, mate.
Yeah, got to get the milky residue off your jigger.
Exactly.
I hate you all now. Oh.
No, you don't. You love us even more.
Exactly. See, Lumi, you got your anxiety blanket in a week from Dandenong to Adelaide. That's pretty good. Like, our first 2 weeks of dispatch of Fortis went really well, and then I ran out of marketing people to sacrifice, and it went back to being like 2-3 weeks before something turns up. So
Lumi, what brand did you go for your blanket? Because I got a weighted blanket as well, and it arrived pretty quickly. It was good.
We got 2 weighted blankets in our house now. Mrs. Angry got one, and independently, my daughter got one. She didn't know Mrs. Angry had one, but it's like everyone's talking about weighted blankets now. So we're all getting weighted blankets.
Oh, it's so good in winter at keeping you warm and stuff. So good.
Kelly, when we talked on the stream about the hoodie, ever since then I get incessant emails and like
I know, like, they're persistent. It's crazy. And I'm like
Instagram ads. And I'm like, I want one. I actually really, really want a hoodie from this bartender guy that I quite like, who I think is really cool. He's got a
by cool you mean cute, right?
No, I think he's super cool. Like, I'm awkward and weird, so like cool people like intimidate me and what have you. Also, he makes really great drinks. Anyway, he's got a clothing line that's called Menace to Sobriety, and it's got a Grim Reaper like skull on the logo. No. And I'm currently trying to get people to encourage me to buy it.
Do it.
I really, really want one.
Do it.
Chancellor Palpatine says, do it.
Yeah.
Do it now.
Okay.
Easily can.
I did. I bought another one of those block statue things.
Oh yes.
Yeah, because you know how I got the did you see the dog ones?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a Batman one.
Ooh.
Yeah,
and it's 3,300 pieces. Oh, that's so cool.
Holy cow.
Yeah. Do it.
I was hoping that Nettie would be here and be like, yes, do it.
Do it.
All right, I'm doing it now.
Do you really need the extra person to do it?
I buy way too many shirts to tell someone not to do something like that.
You will do it.
Yes.
Well, I'm just trying to decide, do I want a t-shirt or do I want a hoodie? And then I think, I live in Melbourne. I wear hoodies like 9 months of the year and t-shirts 3 months of the year.
Yes.
You want both.
Fox with his 4 pounds.
I can't afford both.
There you go.
It's one. It's one. I can have one thing.
Oh, Nettie is here. Nettie's back making a mojito and she says, get it.
Yes, right. It's in the cart.
Yay.
Nice. Oh, I got a Neptune
Jedi.
blanket.
Wait, what shirt am I wearing again?
Why does your cat hate the weighted blanket? Salumi?
Yes, I thought that was a bit odd too, actually.
Because it replaces the cat.
Oh, yeah, possibly, yeah. That could be it. My cat Shadow loves our weighted blanket because it's, I don't know if it's because, but she's always on it because it's the same color as her. I think she finds she just disappears into the grey blanket. So
She's hiding.
something like that. She thinks she's invisible because she always thinks we're going to murder her, so she feels safe and camouflaged.
Or she's trying to murder you, and it's an ambush point.
Nah, she's far too timid.
That's what she wants you to think.
Well,
She's lulling you into a false sense of security.
Exactly.
Spent 10 years, really building up the cover story.
Hey, she's
The
playing
really
the game.
upsetting part is that I regularly say to like various people that I wouldn't smother my husband with a pillow, and if he ever died by being smothered by a pillow,
Yeah.
you're in trouble.
Go
It's
start
totally not
start
you.
working on your alibi now, I think.
Yeah.
No, I just got to find some other way to do it.
Years ago, I bought a house with my ex, and the developers started. It was with the builder. Like the actual salespeople were okay. Someone was fucking us around with a part of the building, and I was getting really angry. And I was just saying to the guy in the sales office, "Yeah, we'll call him up and tell him I'm going to shoot him in the fucking face so he can't have an open casket funeral, okay?" And the guy was laughing, and he said, "You have to not say that, because if he dies tomorrow and the cops say, 'Did anyone ever threaten him?' I'm gonna have to say, like, I know you're not actually going to kill him, but weird stuff happens. If he dies tomorrow and the cops come and say, 'Did he have any enemies?' You go, 'Well, someone did spend 30 minutes screaming about murdering him.'" But he was just laughing the whole time. He was just saying, "Don't say it, man, because Murphy's Law, he'll die." And
Yeah.
Especially if he died from being shot in the face.
yes, if he died from being shot in the face, that would be really bad.
Not a good look.
For me, I don't care about him. It would be bad for me.
Who did anyone threaten to shoot him in the face? Yeah, that angry Aussie guy.
Yeah. I'm just picturing the scene with the cop saying, "Oh, yeah, such and such. We're investigating his death." "Oh, what happened?" He goes, "Oh, it appears he was murdered." "Oh no, what happened?" "He was shot in the face." "Oh, really? Oh,
What a coincidence.
just going,
What a coincidence. I totally was not saying anything about that.
That outcome.
No, even worse, they don't tell you what, and well, I totally wasn't threatening to shoot him in the face.
Yeah.
50 eyes.
The cop showing up to my door and saying, "Oh, do you know John Smith?" "Oh, yeah, the builder. Is he dead?" And they go, "Yes." "Oh, whoops, sorry." Yikes.
Yikes.
It's like, why else would you be here?
Why else would you be asking about him?
I would not say anything like that to a cop.
No.
It'd be more like when they say, "Do you know such and such?" Go, "No." He's been
I
building-
wouldn't do the looking thing.
he's been building your house for 6 months. Oh, him.
Him. I thought his name was
Yeah.
Danny.
The guy who's been here every day.
I don't keep track of people like that. It's just too many of them.
Contractors come and go,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah. All right, I'm gonna switch off my microphone again because I'm gonna make my second video.
Oh, no.
Well, at least I'm here now to carry the convo.
Yeah.
Yay!
Indeed.
Oh, there's a thank the gods.
But you have to let us know who your favorite Star Trek character is in Star Trek Voyager.
To be fair,
The one that wears the blue suit. The red shirts?
The red shirts are the best dancer. They sacrifice so much for our humor.
You haven't watched it, have you?
Have you seen any of them?
Any Star Trek?
No. Not a whole episode. Spock.
That's always a good answer.
So Star Trek, I have not watched any. I've watched one episode of Star Wars.
Which one?
Episode one.
The one with Jar Jar Binks in it. Like one that came out in the early thousands.
I understand why you've only seen one.
The Phantom Menace.
Yes. That I've seen 6
was
times.
actually a good movie. I enjoy The Phantom Menace. Hot take.
Look at chat.
Ooh, Paul's starting more.
Doctor Who better than Star Trek.
It's hard for you, isn't it?
That's where I'm told, because I'm a big fan of both. I'm a huge fan of both.
I'm a big fan of both.
Yeah, but I wouldn't put actual Doctor Who over Star Trek.
No, even better. Debate. Kelly, you're in the Doctor Who column. Abigail, you're in the Star Trek column. Debate.
No.
No.
I'm in the Star Trek. Star Trek.
I can do that though.
So, like, I would argue that they're not comparable, because Star Trek is more hard sci-fi, whereas Doctor Who is more like science fantasy. You'd be hard pressed to call it sci-fi nowadays. Certainly, like old Doctor Who from the 60s and 70s, definitely sci-fi. But nowadays, it's just too fanciful. And I mean, I love it, but it's just a different beast.
Okay.
I think Paul came in a bit late to this convo because I think we discussed that Red Dwarf was great. Not that I've seen any of it. Sci-fi is not my thing. I watched
Abigail,
all of Farscape, and I've watched most of SG-1. And that was mostly because my best friend in high school was completely obsessed with Farscape and SG-1.
Okay.
And
see, when they brought in the actors
I was forced.
from Farscape, that's where it lost me. Like, I prefer the OG Stargate SG-1 cast. The whole Ori thing just was a bit. I think they jumped the shark.
So when I say I've seen them, I've been in the same room while they're on, and I'm reading.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough.
So Abigail, as the resident Star Trek expert, the live long prosper symbol, is it that or that?
It's that with the thumb outstretched. Yeah.
Thought so.
Yes.
And do you know how Leonard Nimoy came up with it?
Nope.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure he's Jewish, and
both he and William Shatner are Jewish.
Yeah. Right. Anyway, he was when he was young, he was he was part of this ceremony ritual thing, and they had to basically bow their heads and not look up, and he did. And he saw that sign, and that inspired him to. He was like, "Hey, how about I use this hand sign? As part of my character."
Fair enough.
Only angry can bring you back in.
Sorry, Annette, we can't help you just yet.
We can't. Yeah. Andrew's off on his side quest.
Yeah.
If we could, we would. But we can't, so we shan't.
Yeah, sorry.
We could if we could if we we would if we could, but we can't, so we won't.
We can't, but so we shan't.
Yep.
We can't. We literally can't. So.
So we shan't.
Yeah. Wait till Andrew's back from his adventure in cocktails.
As soon as he pays attention to us again, we'll make sure that he posts the link again for you.
I think she's in the back room already or something.
Yeah,
because that's why she's chatting.
Okay. Yeah, I can see her in the private chat.
Yep. I recently recently bought 1.3 kilos of fudge.
Wow.
I mean,
That's a lot of fudge.
It is a lot of fudge.
There's worse things to buy
Wow.
1.3 kilos of.
Because,
Where
yeah,
did
each
you
know,
bar
it's not
is
meth.
130 grams.
Oh yeah, USS Callister, great episode of Black Mirror. I loved it.
I haven't watched Black Mirror yet.
It's
I think I
look,
sort of started, but yeah.
there's
It
two.
gives me too much anxiety, right? So
There's one episode with a happy ending, and then there's USS Callister, which is the Star Trek homage, and the episode with the lady in the phone and everyone rates each other and her rating drops just reminds me way too much of that episode of Community with Meow Meow Beans. Because I saw that first.
Sort of made me really concerned about
yeah, but
how we're going in life. And every Uber driver, please rate me 4 stars, 5 stars. You're just like,
but yeah,
I don't want to now.
The good thing about Black Mirror is that each episode is its own production. They have different people, different writers, different producers, different showrunners, and yeah, they're just so great. There's a few I don't want to watch again, but there's heaps that I just rewatch all the time.
The Merits one is the one where he gets the shard of glass and pretends to.
Yeah, that was the
that
season one, episode
really,
2.
Yeah, that was really good, and I was like, "This is amazing." And then several of them just gave me overwhelming anxiety, and I was just like,
"Yeah,
I can't watch this."
Oh, and the one with the famous pop star, that had a happy ending too. They're not known
the one
for
with
their
Miley
happy
Cyrus.
Miley Cyrus, yeah, that's.
I did
that's
watch that one, and that one was also a little bit like, oh, okay.
Yeah, it was a different pace, different tone.
It had a really good message about idealizing people and how it doesn't matter that you think that they're living their best life, maybe they're not. So yeah, that was yeah.
Okay.
It was pretty good.
Has anyone here played through the Bandersnatch, Black Mirror Bandersnatch on Netflix? Because it's a choose your own adventure.
No.
On Netflix, and they had to rewrite a lot of the code for Netflix just for this episode. It has multiple endings.
Oh, I've heard of it though.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it is. It's nuts. And people have plotted it on flowcharts if you wanna look ahead and cheat. But I recommend you. I didn't I had some false ends, and I'm like, oh, I keep keeps taking me back to the start, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna look it up now. Figured out how to do it, but it has multiple endings, and it was great. Choose your own adventure on TV.
That's random. So, do you remember choose your own adventure?
I still have a couple, and Fighting Fantasy by Steve Jackson and Ian Livingston, which was the more adult version of of Choose Your Own Adventures. And yeah, I have a bunch of those. I have them on Steam as well. They were lots of fun.
One of my friends writes for the game Choices, which is kind of that choose your own adventure kind of thing.
Okay.
So she writes for a video game, and then she also writes for a couple of TV shows, which is pretty cool.
Yeah,
Cool.
I can't handle choose your own adventure stuff. I have to use cheat codes, white walkthroughs and stuff, because I get too much anxiety. I have to have the best ending.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, no judgments there.
No.
So
Yeah, I've never worried about spoilers, so
I often if I'm about to watch a movie that I know is going to trigger my anxiety, I just look at the Wikipedia article that just lists the entire movie, or watch a review of it with spoilers, so I don't get that anxiety.
Yeah,
a lot of like really suspenseful thriller / horror movies that I've watched that way, because I can't stand the anxiety.
Yeah, I watch this or read the spoilers or something, and then decide if I want to watch or read it, and then I will, and then I can, and if it's okay, then I will, and if it's not, then I won't.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Looks like-
I used to read the scripts for House.
I can't watch
I
any
love
sort of
that
medical
show.
drama at all.
Hey,
There you go.
Nettie's back.
Hey.
Where'd you
missed
go?
you.
He's back in
Hi.
Well, I'm sure
I
you guys
couldn't stand Choose Your Own Adventure Goosebumps. I kept getting bad endings.
I got 2 bottles of the
Welcome back from your side quest, Andrew.
my side quest. Yeah.
Yes.
Look, you wouldn't know it from looking at them, but but the dog and the cat had a little fight. See, look, they're all snuggled up together. They had a little fight and knocked over the modem.
Wild.
I'm going to go on mute for a sec. There's something I need to do. I'll be back in a sec.
But look how
Oh,
good
that is
colour
really
is.
nice.
That's amazing.
That is very red.
That's with the Yuzu Sweet Vermouth, which is really red, and the Fortis whiskey.
It's also red.
God, it is. They go so well together. The really fruity notes from the vermouth, and you've got like that really serious whiskey taste underneath it.
Mm.
Salumi? Yeah, would you consider watching like a medical show with a person who who does like an actual doctor or something? Because there's a YouTuber doctor who there's a couple of doctors who watch medical shows and then talk about how inaccurate they are. They're pretty good.
Is one of them Dr. Mike?
Yes, and there's
Okay,
another one
so-
as well. I love Dr. Mike.
The movie watches Doctor Reacts, and there's a lawyer who reacts to legal arguments.
Legal.
TV shows.
Oh, I love Legal Eagle.
Legal Eagle's good.
And
subscribed
Dr.
to
Mama
both of them.
Jones.
Yeah, and there's like former Navy SEAL reacts to sniper scenes in movies.
Oh, that's on channels like GQ and Wired and all them.
Yeah. So there's always.
I always
people-
enjoy the tattoo artists review movie tattoos.
Ooh, that would
That one was really good. I went down that rabbit hole.
Mm.
So, like, I think it might be GQ or Vogue or something. Has
Yeah,
a whole
they do
series
those.
of them.
But then
I gave away my sample of
Legal Eagle only is American, so you got to be careful about that.
Yeah.
Dr. Grande likes to review things like Hannibal and other serial killers.
Okay.
Yeah. But he's still really good.
Oh my god, that just struck me as a good idea for a YouTube channel, like actual serial killer reacts to serial killer movies. It'd be like wearing like a mask that looks like it's made of human skin.
I would actually watch that. Yeah.
Oh, there was a video I saw on YouTube about a former prisoner reacts to the episode of Brooklyn Nine-Nine where blanking on the name, the main character goes to prison.
Yeah.
Jake, yes. I remembered it was a J name, but I couldn't remember what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, where he goes to prison.
Yeah. Yeah, it's now. I want to be serial killer reacts to serial killer movies. And I'd never do that. No, they catch me straight away. And then with cops doing some insane deductive thing. Cops aren't that smart. They would have caught me if they knew how to do that. It's like,
Well, actually, the reason why there's so many there's so few serial killers is because the actual cops are that smart and do have all that forensic stuff, and so they don't actually progress all that far.
Also, nobody opens their door unless you're actually expecting somebody. And they've alerted you via text message that they're there.
Ding dong, anyone calling? Oh, wait.
That would be a really good twist to do in a movie. Like someone who wants to be a serial killer keeps getting frustrated by millennials who don't open the door unless someone's actually texted them first that they're out there.
Yes. I can see that happening.
No, it's like
I see John Cusack playing that part.
Yeah, a Gen X serial killer who can't get anyone to come to the door.
Yeah. They're all on their face tubes and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so your aunt's in my room.
No, they're
in colour,
Yeah. So David's saying
Hurry
one of his pet peeves is having the wrong sound for the motorcycle. Yes. That's a real gearhead thing, actually recognizing the noises.
But then how would the real motorcycle sound on actual like video? Would it actually sound any good? And how loud would it have to be?
Yeah.
Well, the amount of all that sort of Foley and that has to be recorded separately to get the levels right.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all things like what works in a movie, like real life things don't necessarily work. So, joke from the Radioactive Man movie episode of The Simpsons with one of the stagehands like painting a horse in like black and white cow colors, and like Bart going, "Why don't you just use a cow?" He goes, "Cows don't look like cows on film. You got to paint a horse."
And that reminds me of there was this joke about how there's like you can't create a triangle cave formation in a video game. People won't think it's realistic, and then they have a picture of a natural triangle formed cave because real things happen in bizarre ways, but people don't see them, and so they don't think they're realistic.
Truth is always stranger than fiction. If this year has taught me anything, truth is stranger than fiction. Yeah.
Who would believe Trump if Trump was written 20 years ago?
Yeah.
Yeah. If Trump was written 20 years ago, isn't that when that one episode of The Simpsons was written?
Yeah, but they predicted that, but they did not predict just how ridiculous it would be and how much he would be destroying America.
I don't mean Trump as president. I mean all the horror that is Trump.
Yeah.
If you'd have said all the horror that is Trump 20 years ago, you wouldn't be believed. My favorite example, because I did a theatre degree and I actually majored in writing and script writing, the text I had to read was a book by William Goldman, who, among other things, wrote Princess Bride. And
I've read that.
And he did the script for Marathon Man as well and quite a few others. He has a book called Adventures in the Screen Trade, where he's telling his stories about Hollywood, and it's fucking brilliant. It's a really good book. But he said, when you're writing, the truth doesn't necessarily imply what you write. He said, for instance, like, say you've got to do a caper movie, and the goal of the caper is to get to the richest woman in the world. She's in a fortified compound. Maybe you have to rescue her. So how do you get to her? Like, she's the richest woman in the world. She's being held in a fortified compound. How do you get to her? And it's going, if you want people to believe the movie, then your protagonist is going to get a whole crew who all have their specialists. They're going to find blueprints of the building. and do all this stuff, and it'll be what's not going to happen in a movie is the person who decides he's going to get to the richest woman in the world is not going to just climb the fence of the fortified compound and no one notices. He's not going to walk across the grounds of the fortified compound that have 20 cameras on them just at the moment the guy who watches the cameras steps away to go to the toilet, because that's too big a coincidence and the audience won't accept it. And when he's going to walk all through the halls of this compound and never be challenged, people won't believe that. And there's an armed guard outside the door of the room where the woman is. And if you literally just before your protagonist walks around the corner, have that guard walk off to go to the toilet, and just at that moment when your guy comes around the corner, the audience will be throwing things at the screen. But that is exactly what happened with this dude who decided he was going to see the Queen. He climbed the wall of Buckingham Palace. No one saw him. He walked across the grounds that are covered by all sorts of guards and cameras, and no one saw him because the guy in the monitoring room wasn't looking at the screens when he walked across there. He wandered the halls of the palace because it's a big fucking palace, and he didn't know where he was. And literally, just when he was coming around the corner to where the Queen's bedroom was, who has an armed guard outside it, that guard, he either went to take a leak or went to take the corgi to have a leak in the yard or something, just as the guy came around the corner. And then he just opened the door to the Queen's bedroom and went, "Hi, how you going?" That's literally what happened. But you can't do that in a movie.
Theoretically, you could if you show that every single one of those people leading up to it was extremely incompetent. If you made it off like a spoof comedy thing where the person's just like, "Whoa, okay."
Nobody's surprised to see us still on.
It's only 11 o'clock pretty much.
Yeah, it's Friday night, dude. Friday night is fucking party
It's
night.
Friday.
Get down on Friday. Ugh. And I'm not going to make any more videos, but I'm definitely making more drinks. So
Good.
okay, the only problem is this: I've got to find a temporary stopper for this.
I'd give you this, but I'm on the other side of the country.
Yes, it doesn't work that way, Fox. We can almost touch, but not quite. Well, wait, this might work. I'm trying. I've got a couple of stoppers over here. From my little bottle.
It's a pity that Angry doesn't have a 3D printer.
3D print an appropriate size stopper. Yeah.
I have wanted to get into 3D printing for so long, but the machines is just way too expensive. And I'm on a disability pension. Like they've come down in price, but like like it costs too much for me to justify buying one. Unfortunately, and I know I'm sitting next to a $3,000 PC, but my parents bought me that, so
that's okay. Right.
Apparently you can use plastic wrap or aluminium foil, and then wrap it with a rubber band.
Oh yeah, but the stopper from my Applewood gin sample bottle is the perfect size. So
Yay!
Winning.
Now I have to put this in the fridge because I opened it.
That'll do the trick for 24 hours.
Also,
so you can go to Dan Murphy's for a very important champagne stopper.
Yeah.
Also, Abigail, yay DSP.
Sorry? Oh, yeah.
Yay DSP.
Yay for the coronavirus supplement.
Wait, that's a thing?
Yeah. I mean, I got two payments for the but we didn't get the doubled amount that New Start got, which is a shame because my costs have gone up like since the coronavirus happened. Like my food costs.
Do those of us on
more.
DSP really need double payments?
I do. Well, I mean, I have had times where I've had to choose between food and electricity. because
Yeah.
both my electricity bill has almost doubled since the start of the year. My food budget has gone up by 50%, so I'm paying like an extra 50%. You know how percentages work. And I have to pay for delivery fees because I'm disabled and can't go places. Yeah, like absolutely, it would be a game changer for me. The two one-off payments or two off payments helped, but I've burnt through all that now, and I'm back to living week to week. So yeah, absolutely, it would help. Plus my son lives here too, so he's 15. He eats more than I do.
Yeah.
He should. He's 15.
15-year-olds.
Yeah, that teenage boys just eat.
You're old enough to have a 15-year-old son. You don't look it.
I have a 20-year-old son as well.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Don't look.
I told you I was Gen X. I know. I do not look my age, and I have my second puberty to thank for that.
It's that beautiful skin that comes with it, right?
Yes,
I remember you mentioning earlier something.
This makes me not look 35, so that's great.
Yeah,
colored hair also helps.
I'm doing the arduous, potentially, it will definitely be arduous. If I ever get contacted again, task of NDIS, as I've said before. I've submitted my application on recommendations by a bunch of people.
Okay.
Did you get anyone to help you with yours? Because I was I had to apply 3.5 times, and I say half because the third one was knocked back, and we appealed it. And I had to get multiple healthcare professionals to help me with my application. It was the worst. It took like 4 years.
Yeah, I've got multiple healthcare professionals willing to help me, like to write things on my behalf. But I don't know what I need to have written on my behalf. So as part of my submission, I've said, if you need any documentation, my doctors are more than willing to provide it. So
yeah. Unfortunately, the NDIA, who oversee the NDIS, are accountants, and they're very language specific. It's an insurance agency. They're not healthcare professionals. They're insurers and accountants. So language is super important. Having all those documents up front, unfortunately, kind of necessary.
There's bad lawyers.
Yeah.
Isn't it NDIS
and I
supposed
don't
to make
even
the
know
whole?
what to provide.
Isn't NDIS supposed to make this whole situation simpler? It
No.
doesn't sound like it is.
It doesn't.
It's anything but. And that's by design, of course, because even though it's
Liberals came up with it.
No, it's actually Julia Gillard's project. She brought it in, but then the Liberal government came in and of course.
Yeah, and that's why it's under budget.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's and they don't even recognize my chronic fatigue or fibromyalgia at all. I'm on NDIS because of my chronic depression. They don't even think those others exist because it's not written down in their little ledger. And
I've never heard of it, so it can't be a thing.
Yeah,
I'm married to an accountant. If he hasn't heard of it, it can't be a thing. You're just like, sweetheart, there is nuance in the world. That's how this works.
So yeah, I've
got chronic depression and anxiety.
Yeah, I had to get someone who it's their only job is to write NDIS applications.
Shit.
Like I had to get some. I didn't have to pay for it. It was part of like the mental health, unit that I'm attached to.
Yeah, it's like, okay, how do I find these people?
I don't even remember. Because I was in the depths of my depression at the time, and all I remember is being in a meeting with this person. All that memory is just so fuzzy of how I got there. But like they were attached to. I went through St. Vincent's mental health. They have a clinic in. It's called the Clarendon Clinic. It's in East Melbourne, and that's where they were instrumental in getting me on the NDIS.
Good. Sialumi makes a really good point that people with like missing limbs have been asked when they're going to grow back.
Yeah,
I know, right?
Yep. And people have been told you probably should apply for a job because you're not bedridden yet.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to literally think of your worst day with your disability and write your application as if that's your life.
Yeah,
like,
every day.
That's what they want. They don't want to hear, because usually a medical professional will give you a very balanced overview of like your good and bad days when writing a letter, and it's so against their grain for them to write these applications because of that, because they have to like give that language just the worst possible day as if that's your life, and it's really hard for them. And like when I found that out, it's no wonder like 3 other applications had been rejected because of that. It's just the worst. It's really hard, and they expect people with disabilities to do this, and they barely recognize mental illness. It was set up for physical illness, but they added like depression, anxiety, and schizophrenia, and like a whole bunch of mental health. But they expect you to do the same work as a perfectly neurotypical person.
Yeah. So those of us who are non-neurotypical, me
exactly. Yeah, I mean,
partner.
I'm on the autistic spectrum as well.
Same.
Yeah.
But even like
people who aren't.
Yeah, even someone like Aiden who had chronic physical disability, he would love for someone to give him a job, but he can't hide his really quite severe physical disability.
Yeah.
And if they said, "Are you going to be able to come to work 9 to 5, 5 days a week nonstop?" He has to be honest and say, "No."
Yeah.
I'll do my best.
I would love a job too. Yeah.
I'll be really, really good when I'm there, but I can't.
Yep.
Yeah, I got to be honest. I will break down from time to time, and
I'd love to be able to work again. I'd love it so much. I feel so unproductive at the moment, but I can't work an 8-hour day. If I work for 8 hours, I mean, I have it in me, but then I have to have 2 days of full rest, and that's it.
Yeah.
And
according to the Centrelink and stuff, the amount of work that I am able to do is 15 hours a week.
Yeah.
It was hell. My partner was pretty much made to look for work for a while, and it was hell for her to get told by someone like, "Yeah, you don't need to look for work." And she's similar to me. She's on the autistic spectrum. She's got chronic depression, but she's other things that I won't mention. But yeah, and it's like, wait, you're not on it, but I'm not meant to look for work, and I'm only an Aspie.
Yeah. I think that
I get
real
that
cherry on top of this whole thing is that they got this guy, I don't remember his name. He's in a wheelchair. He's wheelchair bound for life. To be the literal poster.
Oh, yeah, I heard about this guy.
He was in pamphlets. They photographed him for NDIS, and his NDIS application got rejected.
Yes, I heard about that.
Child for the NDIS. Yeah.
That was exactly why I have been so resistant to applying for it.
Another one I heard was he had, I don't remember what he had, but he's one of those ones that you see every now and then. He's always wheelchair bound. His body's frozen in pretty much the same spot, and he can't do anything. He's always been pushed in a wheelchair. They made him find a job, and he died on the job.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. The UK is worse than Australia. The number of people who've died waiting for support in the UK.
Yeah.
Hey,
the Tories have gutted their healthcare system.
Yeah.
It used to be gold standard around the world, but
as they do.
And that's what the Liberal government have been slowly eroding since its inception.
Really, right-wing
The
governments
neoliberal party.
Yeah, I'm just lightening the mood by saying my limoncello that I got today smells fantastic, and I'm going to taste test it now. I've got an Italian limoncello. Oh, you've got it too. I'm going to.
Nice. It looks a different color on Angry's. I don't know who I'm pointing to.
Yeah, it does look a little different.
Oh my god, that's good. That's like honey.
So good.
Here's the important question: how much lemon does it taste like?
It's like lemon and honey. Oh my god, I'm going to drink that when I'm sick.
Like 8 lemons.
8 lemons? Okay,
Now,
not bad then.
This is an Italian limoncello.
I can drink 1 lemon and not react to it.
My daughter loves lemons. Just sits there and.
This is my other limoncello.
Oh,
I can only eat lemons if I put sugar on them, and I haven't done that in years.
I really like the bottle. Like, it's just so beautiful. And it's blue, which is very unusual for alcohol.
Romulan. Speaking of Star Trek, Romulan ale is blue. Even though it's a spirit, it's called ale. But in Star Trek Lower Decks, they call it Romulan whiskey, which is more appropriate than ale, but it is also blue.
That's got to become a catchphrase that we just throw in.
It's basically a meme at this point.
It's our meme.
It'd be really funny when I wasn't attention and I say, speaking of Star Trek.
It's my favorite non sequitur now.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's breaking into conversations with speaking of Star Trek.
One day
And
someone's
then
going to
talk
say,
about
speaking of...
something non-related to Star Trek.
I was about to say that.
That's right.
The best part will be when, I'm at work and I'm like, speaking of Star Trek, in the middle of a meeting, and they're like...
Andrew did that just before, and I was expecting something Star Trek related, and I felt really let down by that.
Star Trek then said nothing to do with Star Trek.
Yeah, like I got it eventually, but I'm like, just waiting. Where's the Star Trek reference? Where is it?
Oh God, we're driving nobody crazy with the alcoholic beverages. I lied to you all. I said I wasn't going to make another video, but I'm going to, because when I was looking up limoncello recipes, I found one called Gennaro's Sidecar, and that I can make all Australian. They say cognac, but I can use my Not Your Nana's brandy. Triple sec, I can use my Marionette Curacao and limoncello. So I can make. So I'll have 3 videos next week showcasing Aussie product. Yes, Marionette. Cool. They're cool. I've got all these little notes from distributors now, which is great. The one I put in.
I have all of those things as well, so you're going to have to lead me through it.
Yeah, this one from Applewood is like, "Hey, you have great taste." It's a running joke Mrs. Angry and I have when we used to go out for dinner, and we will one day again, hopefully. But when you order something at the restaurant and the waiter always goes, "Oh, good choice," and we had a running joke like, "Yes, he doesn't say that to anyone else. They make bad." And it's obviously just the thing they say, but it just become a running joke with us. "Oh, did you hear that? The waiter said I made a good choice." God, it's better now.
Because they're going to
That's
say
great.
that you're making a bad choice. My favorite thing is, so I'm super allergic to seafood, and people are like, "How are the prawns?" I was like, "Other people say they're great."
Yeah.
And they're like, "Why don't you say that?" And it's like, because they'd send me to the hospital.
Yeah, I'd die. I'd have an anaphylactic reaction and die.
It would not be a good time for me. So I'm going to go with no. So what do I need to make this cocktail?
Which one?
Yeah, the one you're about to make.
Okay, this one, it's called Gennaro's Sidecar. So it's 45 mils of brandy or cognac.
Yep.
I don't have any
Does
of that.
Calvados count?
No, Calvados. Oh, that would be a very different drink. It's
Close
an
enough.
apple brandy.
Yeah.
But
enough. Thanks, Kirsten.
I'm of the close enough.
it wouldn't be
There's
bad.
two people in this chat.
It wouldn't be bad.
Okay.
Calvados is a good one. So brandy or cognac, 45 mils. Triple sec, I'm doing Curacao, 30 mils. 15 mils limoncello and 15 mils lemon juice.
Ooh, lemon juice. Oh, hang on. I've got ice. I've got frozen lemon juice. So
Yeah, use that as the ice in the shaker. Yeah.
and I have to shake it.
Yeah, it's a shaken one. Yeah, use the lemon juice ice cube as a shaker. Yeah.
Right.
So I've got the Marionette. I've got the Marionette website open. What should I buy?
All of it.
Ooh,
fucking
that is
great.
good
All
stuff.
of it.
I've got the creme de myrrh and
Buy out
their-
the company.
Creme de menthe and curacao. Those are
Buy
the two.
all the things.
All the things.
This is peak capitalism, right? Buy all the things.
buy all the things. We're not
Oh,
alcoholics.
never. What's that?
Ooh,
Oh.
that's Kirsten's favorite gin, I think.
One of those
I'm
ten.
See, there's a peach iced tea pack,
Ooh.
and it's a fancy fruit cup, Marionette peach, Cappy lemonade. Hang on, where's the never thingy?
Fancy fruit.
Whoa, what was that?
Fancy
Things
fruit
falling
cup
over.
is a never product.
Oh, okay. So that is it
It's Australian Pims.
Australian Pims? Oh,
Yep. Ooh,
I
my
don't
label's
think I've
with
ever had
Pims.
Pims.
I really like Pims in the summer. Like it's a really great picture drink.
What's it taste like though?
Pims.
Yeah.
With fruit and herbal stuff in it.
It's
I
like
have the Australian version. Of course I do.
asking what aniseed tastes like. It tastes like aniseed.
Now, aniseed is
There's
licorice.
no other. Sorry.
Aniseed is licorice.
Yeah.
So Never
Yes, yeah.
last year won the best.
Damn you for messing up my analogy.
Sorry. Never won the best gin in the world for one of the world gin
Really?
awards. So yeah,
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
it's
go look
definitely
for
worth
that.
it.
How about
Never, never.
Australians knocking it out of the park? Never best gin in the world. Starwood best premix cocktail in the world.
Oh, we just got 5 more gold medals this
Yeah,
week.
fucking Australians knocking it out of the park.
This
Yeah,
is actually my
Australian
favorite. This is my favorite Never. This is the Juniper Freak, and they put it out seasonally. So it's literally that year's juniper crop, the first juniper picked by the company that they buy juniper from, shipped over by air freight.
Ooh.
So that it's
Speaking of
as fresh
Star
and-
Trek.
Speaking of
No,
stuff,
I need to finish my story about this.
Oh, okay.
Because on the back of this label, it says,
Yeah.
"We are not here to fuck spiders."
nice. You don't get much more Australian than that.
Nice.
That's why I need to buy them.
The only way they could top that is if they put the RRP in dollary dues.
Dollary dues, yes.
Yeah.
Don't put RRP
Um,
on the actual product.
No, I know, but it was
On the
I had to
website.
make the joke. Yeah. But yeah, speaking of Star Trek, there's never actually been an Australian character on Star Trek. And the only time they've ever mentioned Australia was when in Star Trek Enterprise where they did survival training in the Aussie outback. However, in Babylon 5, the president of Earth was from Canberra.
There you go.
So
Nice.
take that, Star Trek.
And Battlestar
At least they
Galactica,
picked
well,
Canberra.
didn't have Australia, but they did have some Australian actors speaking with their Australian accent. And they had Lucy Lawless speaking with her New Zealand accent as well.
Yeah.
which I liked.
Star Trek Voyager had New Zealand. They went to New Zealand. There was a penal colony there in the pilot.
What?
And famously, yeah, they had a penal colony in New Zealand in Star Trek. That's canon.
Christ.
Famously, in Star Trek First Contact, when Picard opens the window and shows the 21st century lady the Earth, and she's in orbit, they didn't have New Zealand next to Australia. It just was not there.
Okay.
I don't know how that happened.
I remember that.
It's just New Zealand was missing.
There was a movie, and it's like a teen movie, teen spy movie, and anyway, it's called Debs. Anyway,
Oh yeah, I've seen. Yeah,
one of the main characters, like the supervillain character, was gonna blow up Australia.
Yeah.
Because
Because
pretty sure.
Australians love being referenced in movie, like in the Christopher
Oh yeah.
Christopher Reeve Superman movie when Lex
Lex Luthor,
talks
yeah.
to the aliens about what he wants for helping them. They go, "What do you want for helping us?" And he goes, "Australia."
Yeah.
It's funny. It's so funny. Hey, Nettie, the only downside to ordering something from Marionette, because they're great products, but they have glass stoppers that have this little plastic seal. Sealed really well, but I have the hardest time getting it off. One time I did, and it jolted, and I basically poured it over myself.
I'd be more worried about the glass breaking.
Popped out, I punched myself in the face.
Oh, okay. I'm going to have super hard time then.
Yeah.
Oh,
really good product.
Abigail, speaking of Star Trek,
yeah,
not Star Trek. I know. I had to do it. I just did a quick search on my phone, and I found a group called Breakthrough, and they are apparently a non-profit group that helps people with their NDIS applications.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
They're also an employment agency, but I've got one of those.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I had
I mean, if you've already submitted your application, you just have to wait. But definitely, like if it comes back rejected, appeal it, and
I definitely will.
Get more writing, get more documents. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, because like my psychiatrist literally said to me about, "Are you sure you actually want to be working?"
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like
Good.
he, due to what I was telling him and stuff. Yeah, he was like, I don't know whether or not employment in general would be something that you could do. And that is really, and I still am struggling to process that.
Of course.
I don't know if I can accept that, because it's something that is so societally it's something that people should be doing if they're able to.
I mean, that in itself is kind of fucked at society. But think of how validating that is of your disability, that he would say that.
Yeah.
Like when someone said something very similar like that to me, I almost cried, because it was just finally someone gets it. Like some people just can't work, and it's up to the rest of us to give them a hand. That's how societies are made.
Also speaking, also by that point I had completed 2 university degrees, and I was kind of like, oh my God, have I wasted 6.5 years of my life studying for things that I'm never going to use?
I was studying for the sake of studying.
Yeah,
like learning should be a goal in and of itself. It's I hate the idea that people do degrees and people do higher learning for the sake of employment and money and capitalism and all that. So if you got a lot out of that course, and if it fulfilled you, then that's a win.
I know, like, because I did a law degree, I have got such a better perspective on so many things, and now I'm doing international studies, which is going to be, which is teaching me all about environmental stuff, all about human rights issues, and international security things, and they're all interesting topics. So, yeah. Although some of them are it's really depressing sometimes.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, I'm going to leave you all to chat for a bit again because I lied. I am going to make a video.
You've got another side quest, have you?
Another side quest. I'll be back soon.
Okay.
Side quests is that away?
Side quests. We're just NPCs, apparently.
Yes.
No, they're the party members.
I'm so used to that.
I remember there was a time.
It's really cold now.
There was a time very recently where right-wing nut jobs would call people NPCs as an insult.
That wasn't that recent. That was
it was like last year, I think, or the year before.
I can't remember that.
Oh, see you later, Salumi. Bye.
Bye, Salumi.
Bye.
It was last year or this year, yeah, but it was recently enough.
It was very recently. It just made me laugh. Someone called me an NPC, and I was like, oh, whatever.
Yeah, it's like
such a shallow
you
insult.
can't. Yeah, there's very few games in which you can actually kill NPCs. So we're immortal.
What is an NPC? I don't know what this is.
It's
non-player characters.
It came from role-playing games like Dungeons and Dragons, where you have PCs, the people, the players, and the NPCs, the non-player characters. It's basically all the unnamed extras, all the like
Dead body number 3.
Yeah.
Yep. Depending how quickly they died. Yes.
So, husband has been watching sport, and given that lots of sports, well, yes, correct. You can't have humans there, so they've all got these cardboard cutouts. And they're creepy as
so creepy.
Fuck. And somebody paid to have a picture of Osama bin Laden in the crowd. Like you could buy.
My favorite one of those was at I think it was baseball in the US, where it could have been hockey, but someone put Bernie from A Weekend at Bernie's in the audience.
I'm not sure where it was, but I'm pretty sure that somewhere they've got sex dolls or something.
Yeah.
There's some southern state American cafes full of sex dolls that they've dressed up in 1920s outfits, you know.
Hey, Kirsten. Next time you're watching sports ball with the hubby, you should say "Go the umpire" or "Go the ball."
My favorite one is "Go the grass."
The reason we call it sports ball is that Philip DeFranco puts out a T-shirt sort of once or twice a year that just says "sports," and so my bought me this T-shirt that says, which I wear whenever we're like going to
the sport event.
And, you know, I always like to say things like, oh, did they sport really well?
They sported so hard, but unfortunately, the other team sported
Nice.
even harder and scored more points. So next time we need to sports a bit more.
So this is a vintage cocktail glass that I bought at an op shop for 50 cents.
Fancy.
Oh, my mum works in an op shop.
How do you know it's vintage?
It supports women's refuge.
Oh, good on her.
For domestic abuse victims.
Yep.
And check out that wash line, guys. Look at it.
Very nice.
Fancy.
How do you know it's vintage?
I don't, but I'm gonna claim. It's really,
Say it. Okay.
It's really fine. And we think
That's
it might
totally vintage.
And they don't make them like they used to.
They don't make them.
They don't make them like they used to, boy.
Well, I mean, that is literally true because of capitalism. Again, comrades. Designed obsolescence is totally a thing that was invented in the 50s.
Careful up
I got called comrades earlier as well. Because I was saying about how in my assignment for environmental security, I came up with 2 ideas that I wanted to do. I was either going to do my assignment on organic farming and how it's not actually all that great.
Sure.
And the other one that I was going to do is, which I'm going to do now, but I've got to work out how to narrow down, is environmental security and poverty.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to narrow it down. I don't know how, but it's such a huge topic because
that's not nebulous at all. That's
hey Kelly, I can see the hammer and sickle behind you right now. And
comrade.
And I am not disappointed, comrade.
My character in Animal Crossing, which, speaking of that, which communism and stuff, you literally sell shells and stuff that you pick up off the ground and fish and everything. It's ridiculous.
Speaking of Star Trek.
But anyway, with the whole environmental security and poverty, though, because people can't afford to have afford quality stuff, the stuff they're buying is really cheap. It breaks down really fast, and they have to replace it often, and so it's creating all this landfill that and waste that is going to take so freaking long to break down, and there's nothing that they can really do about it because they can't afford better quality stuff. Because
so the thing that I've seen a couple of times recently is the major.
I may have worked some magic and streamed some music onto this channel, but it is technically royalty free, so there shouldn't be
very technically.
As we're saying,
thank you for humoring me there. I apologize to Angry later.
Terry Pratchett, Major Grimes' Boots Theory, right? Which
I've read that. Yeah,
seen it. I've literally seen it like 3 or 4 times. Is it from Guards? I think it is. Anyway, it goes along the lines of, and this is definitely paraphrasing the late great Terry Pratchett, but he it says, the man earns $36 a month, and a good pair of boots costs you $50 a month, and a shitty pair of boots costs you $10 a month, and you can buy a $10 pair of boots, but they only last you for one season and then you get wet feet. Or you can buy a $50 pair of boots and they last you 10 plus years and you have warm feet. And that's the theory of poverty. And
it's more expensive to be poor, basically.
It's so much more expensive to be poor.
Because you don't have that upfront money to buy the good things that last. It's very true. It's
that's why I remember working as a waitress at a cocktail bar and going to my mom and saying, can you give me $100 because I bought 8 pairs of $8 shoes, and if you just lend me the $100, I won't need to buy another pair of shoes for 2 years.
Yep.
And it's that thing, right? Because my feet hurt and I'm getting blisters from the $8 shoes.
Yep.
My partner's mum actually said something to that effect of buy the expensive shoes now and you won't have to buy them for a while.
Oh, I bought a pair of Doc Martens recently.
Yep.
And I got
capitalism.
I got the wrong size, I'm pretty sure.
Oh
no.
So the trick to breaking in Doc Martens is wearing really, really thick socks and doing the back of your heels and the tops of your foot with a hairdryer. You need to do that 3 or 4 times, and then you just have to suffer through the pain.
I got the worst blisters from them.
Once they break in, though, they're the most comfortable shoes.
Correct. Yeah, my mum loves her Docs.
Docs are the only shoes I can attend PAX in for 3 days.
Dr. Martens, Dr. Martens, Dr. Martens.
You missed out. Someone mentioned peak capitalism again and Dark Comrade, and so you missed out where I weaved my techie magic and actually piped music into the stream. It was the Soviet national anthem. You missed that. So it's technically royalty free, I guess.
So Abigail, on the topic of Star Trek.
Yes, absolutely. My favorite subject.
Yeah, indeed. Star Trek equals socialist or communist utopia.
Socialist? Yeah. Well, see, they still use money. Like they have to but it's a resource-based economy.
Yeah.
They have like energy credits, Federation credits are a thing. When they say they don't get paid, it's really they have just everything at their disposal that they don't need to think about getting paid, but they are actually getting paid.
There is
plus, nice. There plus the Federation has to trade with other races, species who use money, like the Ferengi. Like Riker had some gold press latinum that Quark owed him, and that like Kirk often would mention pay grade.
Give me that book.
But definitely not communist though.
No.
And they're a democracy as well. So
there was that one episode, I think you mentioned it earlier. People from our century got basically carbon frozen, cryo frozen, and they came back into the Star Trek universe.
Was that the Neutral Zone TNG, or was that the 57 Star Trek Voyager?
The guy says, but what about my company, or what about my money?
So that was the cliffhanger to season 2, could have been 3. It's called the Neutral Zone, where they reintroduced the Romulans, and yes, they unfree some people from the 20th century, and
and I think it's Picard says
Picard says
the money.
Well, they have no need for it, but they still have property, and they still have resources that they have to keep track of.
Yeah, because Picard family owns a vineyard.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
But they don't have money like we have money. They don't just. They just don't need to even think about it. They can just. They have everything. It's a post-scarcity society,
and they still have hierarchy as well.
Heist in the comments. That was TNG. We invest in ourselves. In the YouTube comments.
It was definitely
Heist,
TNG. The episode was called The Neutral Zone. So I'm going to Google it just to make sure. But
and on the topic of Terry Pratchett, his daughter has written for a few video games.
Ooh.
Mirror's Edge.
Yes.
Tomb Raider and Rise of the Tomb Raider being the main ones.
Yeah.
Oh, so this was the season 1, last episode of season 1.
Mm-hmm.
The Neutral Zone was the episode you're talking about.
Yep.
And it was great.
Okay.
I'm going to show off my brightly coloured milk curd from making. Look, it's green.
I'm looking forward to making my own collection of milk curds.
Yeah, it's cool. Oh, Kelly, I said I was going to tell you some other suggestions I saw. I will find it. This is for non-alcoholic things. This is basically for making your own fruit cordial. And it's on the Punch Drink site, which is quite a good site. But they had a thing that I thought was really interesting. I'll see if I can find it. Tiki can go to hell. Okay, that's a cool article.
Seems aggressive.
Andrew, what do you do with those curds?
Makes desserts.
Mrs. Angry puts them in desserts like bread and butter pudding or rice pudding.
Okay.
I'm going to get an ice cream maker and use these as the flavorings for ice cream.
Okay. That strikes me as kind of gross, but I guess humans eat some pretty gross shit. Like, have you seen yogurt and blue cheese?
Exactly. This is this curd is the basis for cheese. So and it basically tastes like sweet cream cheese. So it's bloody Punch Drink is really into analyzing tiki, because a lot of people are looking at tiki at the moment as somewhat problematic.
I was going to say, but tiki's so problematic at the moment.
Yeah, but they're analyzing. They're putting some really serious analysis into it, which is quite good.
Yeah, it's a whole
wasn't on the beach
Americans being annoying kind of deal.
But like Don the Beachcomber and who was the other guy?
It's a real colonizer mentality.
They were gross. Like they were just gross.
Yeah, and also all the sort of tiki icons that a lot of tiki bars use, they have quite significant religious meaning to people. Now, if you deliberately want to upset people, fair enough. Like if you want to have upside down crucifixes with Jesus in drag hanging on the walls, then
I'm all here for that, actually.
But
I thought you were going to go to piss
Upside crucifixes are so 90s.
But if you're not conscious of what you're doing, then you need to reassess. Like if you're posting stuff around your bar that is actually of religious significance to some people, you should be conscious of that.
My favorite iconography that's been
misappropriated.
Yeah, misappropriate is the correct. Is a Jesus figurine that has a dinosaur head at ends and means.
That's a meme.
It's kind of
like I'm okay here. I'm happy.
People used to tell stories like the Japanese didn't quite understand Christmas because they'd have Santa on a crucifix in a department store window, and it was like,
Oh wow,
that's
hardcore.
They didn't quite understand the Christian iconography they were appropriating. This, by the way, the sidecar with limoncello is fucking great. Yeah.
There's barely any part of Christianity that hasn't been stolen from pagan religions.
Oh, absolutely.
By design too, because they just wanted to redress the old religions to get them into Christianity. But yeah, like
I also agree.
Bring that up now.
Is delicious.
Bring that up now with my religious ex, and suddenly I'm a filthy atheist.
Yeah, absolutely. No, but particularly
I say to my mother that I'm a pastafarian.
Oh yes.
Everyone asks me if I practice religion, and I say I am a practicing pastafarian. I'm a registered practicing pastafarian.
But you're
One of these years,
and then one day she looked it up on the internet and was just like taking the piss. And I was like, no, I genuinely believe in the flying spaghetti monster and his noodly appendage, and that's how.
And that the pirates created global warming.
Pirates.
Declining pirates.
The lack of pirates. Yep.
The lack of pirates.
Yeah.
Which is why internet piracy is a good thing.
Exactly.
Kirsten, you can't be a very practicing pastafarian. You're not wearing your religious symbols. The collar.
Yes.
Oh no! Now she's going to go and get. I think
she's going to get a noodle strainer. Is it true?
A colander. So Kelly, this would be a good thing. This citrus cordial. It's basically they're saying after you juice some citrus, whether it's lemon, lime, orange, grapefruit. So it's like they say 8 ounces. So it's if you've been juicing some citrus, you then get all the husks and you weigh them, and however heavy that is, it's that weight in the husks, the same weight in sugar, and the same weight in water.
Mm-hmm.
Good, excellent. Thank you, Kirsten.
Sorry,
Ramen.
what? Ramen.
Ah, right. Right.
You went there, Fox, and here we are.
We have all been blessed by his noodly appendage. Ramen.
Ramen.
So yes, Kelly, with that one, you put the citrus husks in a bowl, cover them in the sugar, you muddle it a bit to get the citrus releasing the oils into the sugar, and you cover it, leave it, overnight for as long as you're patient enough to leave it, 12, 24 hours, whatever. And then after that period, the sugar will have started to leach the oils out of the citrus. You add the water, so it's whatever the weight of the citrus husks, the same weight in sugar, then the same weight in water, and then you stir till all the sugar and syrup is dissolved. Let it rest for an hour or so. Strain it off, and there's a little tip that if you think the cordial isn't sort of citrusy acidy enough, you can add some citric acid if you have some in your kitchen. You can get citric acid from the supermarket.
Yeah, I think we do actually have it.
Yeah. So if you think it's not citrusy acidy enough, you can add a little bit of citric acid. You stir that and dissolve it, and that's it. And then it's like a really good base for some
Good
really
night, all
drinks.
are leaving in chat.
Nobody.
Good night.
Bye.
Good night, nobody. Good night.
Good night.
But
Good
yeah,
night.
Good night.
Live long and prosper.
yes.
May the force be with you.
Hey, guess what? There's a pick and mix minis at the Marionette site.
Ooh.
Yeah. Now I've got to choose.
Yeah. They do a limoncello, don't they? I was really tempted to get that. Oh, there you go. There's a Marionette mini. There you go.
It is a mini. It was given to me personally by Nick. Very cute. No, the limoncello is from Knocklofty
Oh, okay.
or Brogan's Way.
Ah, yes, it's broken. No, it's elegant way I was thinking of. Do Marinette do a limoncello, or is that my imagination?
No, I think that might be your imagination.
Could be. I've been looking. Also, I've been drinking. I was going to say I've been drinking far too much. I don't think that's accurate. I think I've been drinking exactly the right amount because I feel.
That reminds me not of Star Trek this time, but MASH. An episode of MASH where a reporter asks Hawkeye, "Do you think you have a drink? Do you think you're drinking too much? Do you have a drinking problem?" And he says, "Absolutely not. If I was back home, absolutely." You drink for the situation, and in the coronavirus, you're drinking just enough. Yeah,
is that what we're calling it now?
That's what I call it.
The stadium full of alcohol. The Stadium of Alcoholics Anonymous 2021.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. I've seen that on the internet a couple of times.
Oh, and Abigail, one last thing, because I probably should go to bed so that my dad can go to bed.
Okay.
Yeah, because Star Trek. I'm talking about Star Trek. This is actually Star Trek. One of the funniest things in the original series that I always think about, and it's so great, is the episode of Star Trek where Kirk is on this lands on this planet and he has to fight a Godzilla monster thing.
With
the
Gorn.
disco ball eyes.
Yeah, the Gorn. That's a famous battle.
And then a sparkly fairy shows up.
Yep.
Just announced the Cure Awards. Mac won World's Best Nut.
And there was a lot of competition. I've been on those websites where they're all competing for that. Wait, I'm confused. Sorry, I was thinking.
That sounded so bad, Kirsten. I hope you did it on purpose.
Absolutely.
So that fight scene you're talking about is a very famous fight scene that is just lambasted because it's so ridiculous.
That is
so ridiculous, and I love it.
Yeah, it's so good. And the Mythbusters tested the cannon that Kirk makes in that episode. You know how he makes a cannon?
Was it White Rabbit Project who were the B team of Mythbusters?
Oh, it was during the film. It was during Mythbusters.
Okay.
And they found that a bamboo cannon that shoots diamonds is more dangerous to the person firing it than the person it's aimed at. So Kirk would have had better luck if he made the cannon and gave it to the Gorn to shoot at him. Yeah. Because basically the breach explodes and So, yeah. That's the thing.
That's the best. Oh, my God.
Yeah, I better go now. Okay.
Good night.
Okay.
Live long and prosper.
Sweet
dreams. See ya.
Live long and prosper. Yeah.
That's what said me saying, "May the force be with you."
Party on, Wayne. Party on, Garth.
I have a secret project bottle that I just pulled from underneath the table.
That looked pretty.
It's a naked Starwood bottle.
Ooh, secret stuff.
So, Kirsten, I purchased 2 of the new old fashions. 2 bottles.
Oh yeah, I told Kirsten she needs to stick a badge in for you, Nettie. That's all.
So I've already gone into the back end and made a note for the packing team.
Thank you.
See Kirsten inclusion.
See, it's not what you know, it's who you know. That's where
it's 100% who you know. I've like 30 of them left. So
I have been singing the praises of this particular premix cocktail.
Oh my God.
All over.
Yeah.
My taxi driver was very interested.
Yeah.
Very.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just now I've got the twofold and the Fortis that both make really good old fashioned at home. So I'm using them at the moment. But I'm definitely I see more of the new old fashioned premix in my future. Absolutely.
Well, I bought two because when I got to the bottom of the first one, I was very upset. So I thought I'd avoid that by getting two.
Yeah, that's a good
It's
plan.
a good idea.
That shows forward thinking.
I know. Executive skills.
If someone was to buy one Star Wars thing, what would you suggest? One.
Do you want single malt or do you want a blend?
No, I think
because I have two opinions and I want to get your feedback first.
Doesn't matter either way.
What's your budget?
Sweet fuck all.
Get the twofold.
Yeah. The twofold is a really good. I've got both the twofold, which is a blend, and the Fortis.
My husband took the twofold to the bedroom, so I kind of
they are both really good. And also, actually, the one we've been
Was that a hint?
The new old fashioned is a premix old fashioned, $50, and depending how generous you pour, that's 8 to 10 cocktails for $50.
It is really good.
And literally all you need at your place, put it on a big block of ice, peel of lemon, and squirt some of the oils onto it, and you're fucking set. You are fucking set.
it makes a difference. It really does.
Yeah. I rarely bother with garnishes, but with an old fashioned, a bit of orange or maybe lemon peel, squirt the oils onto the top of it and sort of wipe it around the glass and drop it in. Oh my God, it's next level. It's really good. It's amazing the difference it makes. So, but yeah, if you want like $50 for the premix new old fashioned, I think the way I pour, it was about 8 cocktails. But
Yeah,
if you're a bit more responsible, it's like 10. But for $50, Jesus, that's like the price of 2-3 cocktails and
free shipping.
Yeah.
Free shipping, yes.
Even on the cocktails.
Yep.
But if you want an actual whiskey, get the twofold. I think it is the best, most affordable Australian whiskey. Sure, it's grain and malt. So it is a blend. We don't hide the fact that it's a blend. We're not hiding where it even comes from, unlike other distilleries.
It sounds like you're up to a call out.
Also, I will throw in, Fox, Kirsten is not the only person who says it's basically the best value entry-level Australian whiskey. I've seen that on a couple sites. It is, and I've got it. It is good. Like, I've used it in a few. I don't really drink whiskey straight, but
it does everything. Like, you can drink it straight, drink it in a cocktail, you can drink it in a highball, you can put it in cooking. One of the things that the guys sometimes do is make like rum balls, except with whiskey.
Whiskey ball.
The best whiskey balls I've ever had from the guys is from this, but you can't have it because it's literally sold out. Which, don't be dirty, angry.
What? It's not just a game.
I thought I was behaving.
Sometimes the girls do it too. But yes, so Fox, seriously, do yourself a favor. Buy the twofold. It's got free delivery. I think that's because it's 700 mils as opposed to 500 mils. So like shot for shot, you're better off getting the twofold.
Yeah. And make your own cocktail.
And making old fashions for it.
Yeah. Oh, and I made whiskey sours with the twofold. Fucking deadly. Really good.
Safa, I would say that twofold and Nova are the whiskey for non-whiskey drinkers. So one of the ways that they serve both of those is with tonic. So the idea is that Nova and Twofold can be mixed with tonic, which brings the people who like gin into the category. So if you like a gin and tonic, you'll like a whiskey and tonic. And the red wine barrel influence really like brings alive the product. And they're made by brewers and winemakers, so they're really, really just beautifully balanced and really carefully thought out.
All right, I'm going to.
And you're not just saying this because you work for them.
Yeah, I could care less whether or not I worked for them. I have always said Starwood is a really great product. I have a harder time spruiking gin because I like so many of them. And I think gin is available in a price range that's more accessible for more occasions. So that's why I would struggle to make a direct recommendation. But,
okay. I'm going to do a compare, and I'm not a whiskey drinker, right? I only use it in cocktails, but I'm going to do a live comparison taste. This is the Twofold. You can see it's quite a light color. The Fortis, which is a single malt higher proof, you can see it's much darker. And I'm
so
also
there's literally 10% ABV between the two, right? So Twofold is 40% and Fortis is 50%. So you're getting.
I'm also going to compare. This is a very big name American rye whiskey, Rittenhouse Rye, 100 proof, same proof as the Fortis. So I'm going to do a little. This is a non-whiskey because I rarely drink this stuff straight. This is a non-whiskey drink.
I remember the last time that you drank the Rittenhouse Rye straight. It was pretty funny.
I'm going to do it again so you get to laugh at me again. So, Twofold, tiny bit. I'm just a sip. So, it is actually, the aroma of it is really nice. Like, so if you get this and you drink it, you want it with a big enough glass that your nose is in there when you drink it, because that's a big element of it. It's just, it is a really nice aroma. Not a whiskey drinker, don't choke on that at all. It's just, it's really zesty on your tongue. You've got those sort of malty notes and whatnot. It's got
a really smooth vanilla finish because of the kind of oak that it's aged in. So what happens with Twofold is that we do bring in a commercial spirit and then we age it in-house. So we bring it in, the wheat spirit, because it's physically impossible to make it at the price that we buy it for. But we age it entirely ourselves. So it's under the care of our head distiller, our head blender, from the day that it arrives to the day that it goes into a bottle, when it becomes my problem.
So how does one purchase a bottle of this mystical whiskey?
www.starwood.com.au.
Starwood.
So non-whiskey drinker, Twofold is just incredibly easy to drink. It's got lovely flavors. I mean, I do it with cocktails rather than straight, but just that straight, incredibly easy to drink. So this is the Starwood Fortis, which is 50% alcohol. And you can see it's much darker, and that's due to the barrels again, is it, Kirsten?
Yep. Also, so Fortis is aged entirely in American oak red wine barrels. So what's special about Starwood is that we age everything in red wine barrels. So given that Australia has such an incredible wine production history and industry, wine barrels are an offcast of that industry. And David Vitale, who's our founder, when he was like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to start a whiskey distillery because what else does one do when they're a bit crazy?
It's a bit crazy.
He apprenticed under Bill Lark, who is the grandfather of the whiskey industry in Australia. And they were aging in Australian sherry barrels. And 10 years ago, so 2010, even 2010, 2013, Australian sherry barrels were really easy to come around. Then 2015, the designation of sherry as an I think it's MOC, which is some sort of like Spanish word.
European thing, yeah.
It's a European thing. So the designation, you cannot call it sherry if it's not in those 3 towns in
Spain. Yeah.
So we had to change the name of it. So Apera is what Australians call sherry barrels, but it desecrated the Australian sherry production industry because nobody knew what Apera was.
Yeah.
Overnight, it became way harder to get sherry barrels. So our original product, which is the Starward Solera, is aged in Apera barrels. It's got a traditional Scotch sort of feel. But this is limited release. It's only available on our website and at our distillery and in very select bottle shops. Like I haven't ever seen it on the shelf myself. And then we released the Starward Nova, which was groundbreaking. It's a single malt, fully matured in red wine barrels. So with that sort of jammy red wine taste, because we were sourcing cast off barrels from the Australian wine industry. And we are super lucky to have super great relationships with amazing companies like Penfolds. And, McWilliams supplies us our Apera barrels, which is just like, for a small company, is incredible sort of testament to David's tenacity. That's him.
Excellent.
And then when we decided to design the Fortis, Jared and Sam, who are our head blender and production manager, they were like, you know what makes really great whiskey? American oak barrels. So they are red wine barrels made of American oak that have held red wine for some years, so between 5 to 8, and then we age for 3 years in a red wine barrel to make Fortis.
3 years in the making. So the Fortis, which I'm going to try now, on the nose is much sharper than the twofold. Like, not unpleasant, but it's definitely much sharper. And there's a little bit of sweetness when you first taste it. And like, it's only, it's 50% compared to 40%, but you actually feel it going down. For me, in a mixed drink, this is good if you want something extra to punch through. Like if you really want a champion in your drink, you put the 100 proof whiskey in there, and but it's still quite smooth.
I don't think it burns. Like, it doesn't have that like alcoholic burn across the back of your throat, even though it's 50% ABV. Like, it's got a really well balanced, and I hate to say the word, but like smooth way across the palate.
It's definitely warm going down, but you didn't see me gag or pull a face when I
no gin face here.
So okay, now for the challenge. This is a very well-known American rye whiskey. Same proof as the Fortis, 100 proof, so 50% alcohol. Rye is notoriously spicier than other whiskeys. Again, I really like this as a mixer, like in a Manhattan or a whiskey sour or whatever. a rye whiskey is really good. But straight is not completely dissimilar to the Fortis actually on the nose. It's a bit thing, but yeah, and when I drink it, okay, it is.
There's that face.
There's that face, right? And like, I know I work for Starwood, but it is the whiskey that the gin drinker loves. Like, it just works.
Yeah, absolutely. Entry level, the twofold is so fucking smooth.
And just ask for the Fortis for your birthday.
Yeah, exactly. Fortis is a bit more of an investment and whatnot. The Rittenhouse, right, really good as a mixer. I think it does really well in cocktail. I would not drink it straight. I look, honestly, I'm probably not going to spend a lot of time drinking Fortis straight either, but it's a bit easier to drink straight than Rittenhouse Rye.
Yeah, but when did you get that bottle, Angry? You got it, what, a week ago? And look at how, like, much to it.
It's been a couple of old fashioned. It's been a whiskey sour. It's been a Manhattan. It is, and I swear to God, this because this and the yuzu vermouth I did before I did the Manhattan. I did oh God, what's the other? It's whiskey vermouth and something else. Christ, I've had too many. Boulevardier. Thank you.
Which you called a walkabout, and I sent to our marketing director, right?
Yeah. But anyway,
and what you did at the end of the video, because I hadn't watched it all the way through before I sent it to him.
What did I do?
You were like, "Oh yeah, Kirsten," and I was like, damn it, you gave it away that we talk." Anyway, it's like, "Oh, your friend does heaps of cocktail videos," and I was like, "Yeah." Like, sure, he doesn't have a huge following, but whatever. Like, he's there, he's doing the thing.
I'm starting now.
Put him on the PR list, dickhead.
Fucking Steve the bartender subscribed, so you got to fucking pay attention to that.
Exactly. I'd never heard of Steve the bartender.
Oh, that's embarrassing.
I was so embarrassed for them.
Oh no,
You can't change the subject.
He is like the number. He's far and away the number one Australian cocktail chef, but I think he's like the number. Unless you count Binging with Babish, because Binging with Babish sometimes make cocktails. But because Binging with Babish does
How to Drink Steve the Bartender whiskey.
That is it. It's
in that order.
How to Drink is the number one cocktail channel on YouTube. Steve the Bartender is number two.
There's an absolutely stunning girl who's been using 4 Pillars gin on TikTok.
Yeah.
And I'm always sending things to our marketing director. I'm like, "Hey, have you seen this? Hey, have you seen this?" I'm like, how do we get our whiskey in front of this girl? Because she's got like 200,000 followers on TikTok.
Yeah. Yeah. You want to make sure Steve the Bartender has Fortis, Greg from How to Drink, and probably the Whiskey Tribe as well, if you can get in front of the Whiskey Tribe. Because I think
they're really easy to get in front of. So when they did a Vault tour, they were like, "Oh, and we've got Australian stuff," and right in the middle of it is Nova, and I was like, "Yeah."
Yeah. No, they would fucking love Fortis. The Whiskey
They really
Tribe
would.
The Whiskey Tribe guys would love Fortis. Mind you, they're really.
Don't tell the Americans, but Fortis hasn't been released there, and it's not going to be until 3. So
okay. The Whiskey Tribe guys are hilarious. They're from Texas, and they are beautiful guys because they really push. Like, they love their whiskey and they're obsessed by their whiskey, but they really push the good whiskey is the one that you like. Don't let someone tell you that your taste is shit. If you like it, it's a good whiskey. myself back. And also, what they're both beardy guys. One of them is, I suspect is really big, and the other one I suspect is about
medication.
And the little guy is like shaved head, and he has this really big beard. If you've ever seen the Studio Ghibli film Howl's Moving Castle, he looks exactly like when the kid in Howl's Moving Castle disguises himself and has a big beard. He does the kid in Howl's Moving Castle does that thing where he runs over his face and he's suddenly wearing a hood and has a big beard. The guy from Whiskey Tribe looks exactly like that, and also he's also only about 5 foot tall. So I can't help it. I giggle every time I watch the videos. You're just like the little kid from fucking Howl's Moving Castle with your and
Exactly.
they're very funny, and you can kind of tell when they're making a video and they've gone, let's make 3 videos in one day, and you're watching the third video they've made, and they've been drinking all 3 videos. By the third one, they're very happy. And because I made 3 videos tonight, and I'm going to put them up next week. It's going to be All Australian Week next week. And by the time I actually said the third one, I said, hey, this is All Australian Week. I made all these videos in one night on a Friday night. This is the third one, so I'm pretty happy right now.
So, yes. Yeah, I've inspired you, Fox, to purchase something. I appreciate everybody who does. Like, it's great when you guys tell me that you've purchased something, and I find your emails, or I find your things that I can make sure that you've got something nice.
Yeah, I just like keeping all the little notes. I got a little handwritten note from Brogan's Way. I got that postcard from Applewood. I got the little note from Kirsten here from Starwood.
I signed at the Starwood team, but you know it was 100%
me. No, I know it was you. Yeah. So I love it. The Australian. Abigail come back. She dropped out and she's come back. Hello, Abigail.
Oh, hello. Yeah, sorry. I'm just looking up something for Will, who has played too much of a VR game today and is now nauseous. So I'm just looking up if this is my
ginger
my
tea.
anti-nausea.
Yeah, no, VR games do that.
Yeah.
In fact, I found the last time I played VR games, the real world seemed very weird when I came out into it.
Yeah.
Look.
So you're in a Ready Player One scenario?
Yeah, very much. Yeah.
You know what's really funny? When we were redesigning the distillery, they set up a VR walkthrough of the distillery, and we got to do that, and that was weird.
One of those.
So weird.
So I've got two. I love VR, and I have invested in VR because I love it, and I play Elite Dangerous, which is a really good VR game. But I've got two horror stories. Thanks, Will. One, when I realized it was becoming a problem was when I was playing Elite, and I had the headset on, and I had the headphones, and it was 7-8ish in the afternoon. I'm playing away. I got my voice attack going, the voice controls, and I got my HOTAS and my throttle, and I'm start to feel tired, and I reckon, must be like midnight or something, I guess. And I took the VR goggles off. I hadn't moved, and the sun had come up, and it was
Oh no!
And I had been sitting in this chair playing this game for 12 hours straight, and did not realize it at all. And that's when I realized, oh shit, this could be a problem.
Yeah.
So now I'm like constantly like checking times and stuff when I play it. Oh, good night, Will. Horror story number 2.
Good night, Will.
It's my son. He's Mason. In Elite Dangerous, you can land your ship on a planet and get out in a little buggy and drive around. Now,
SRV, yes.
The SRV. So when you're in the ship and you see space tumbling and turning, you can kind of squint and it doesn't trigger your motion sickness, because I get really bad motion sickness. But as soon as I went down on the planet, I lasted 2 minutes and I was vomiting and I couldn't see a screen at all. Something about like an LCD screen this close to your eyes with giant magnifying glasses sending pulses directly into your brain makes it like 1,000 times worse. And even just scrolling Facebook triggered nausea for 24 hours. It was really bad. Luckily, there are settings where you are able to make it a lot easier to play, and I hadn't experienced it yet, and that was when I got my first headset. That was really eye-opening.
So
Other than that, VR is great.
So Abigail, have you met the Thargoids yet?
Yes, I've killed many Thargoids. Yes, I've taken their hearts and sold them on the markets, and I have two anti-Thargoid builds, one for scouts and one for the big ships, the big interceptors.
Yeah.
Good girl.
Also, I totally want to buy a bottle of this whiskey because it sounds amazing.
Which whiskey is that?
I'm looking at the twofold because it's the only one I could afford realistically. It also sounds amazing. As a casual whiskey drinker, I like a good scotch. Don't really like bourbon.
It's not.
I love Canadian Club though, like that vanilla taste.
It's not peated at all, right? So we don't do peat at all.
Okay. I don't know what that means. I'm a vodka drinker.
It means it doesn't taste like Band-Aids.
It's not smoky.
Sure.
Okay. Not smoky. It's not peaty.
Yeah.
Sure.
Everyone's like, "Oh, do you like whiskey?" No, I like Starward.
I had a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. Look, I've been known to have the odd Scotch and cola. Usually, not Johnny Walker, but Glenfiddich, I think it's called.
Yeah. That's really quite to what we like. Prefer that you don't put Coke in it. If you're going to mix it, put ginger beer. A high quality beer like a Fiji, or even a Bundaberg ginger beer works fine.
I don't drink Coke anymore, so if I was to mix it with anything, it'd probably be soda water.
Perfect. Seriously, it's so good.
Yeah,
cool. I'm gonna have to save up for it though, because like even the cheaper one is probably too rich for my budget at the moment. So, but I've got my eye on it, and I think there's a bottle in my future.
Well,
so I happen to know be a club that you can join.
Oh, really?
Happen to know, huh?
As in, I'm currently working through the process of how to do this.
Okay.
The day that it's available to the peeps, you're my first peeps.
Okay, cool.
I was going to suggest I might work with you, Abigail, as a payment for upgrading my computer.
One drink, really.
I might get a delivery to you, but
why do we get the day of? Why not the day before?
Because I'm legally obligated not to tell you until the day of.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
So that I can continue working for the people.
I will accept that.
Thank you, Andrew. I really appreciate that.
Just keep that in your mind that there is a friends and family.
Okay. Cool.
And I want my friends and family to have the best deal that they can.
And we count under friends, I guess.
What's your friends? You're on the internet. And that's the only kind of friends I have.
Internet friends is the coronavirus lifestyle.
It is.
I'm going to say,
All my
like,
friends
I
are
met my
internet
husband on the internet. If I didn't have the internet, I wouldn't be married. Like, obviously, internet friends are real.
I wouldn't have met my partner. So
Exactly.
friends.
Yeah, same deal. In all seriousness, like on last night's stream, I was making that clarified margarita, but it took much longer than I thought for the clarification process. So I had to leave it overnight, and I wanted to finish the video in the morning, and I wanted to do the taste tested thing. And I'm trying to think, can I tell the difference between the salted one and the not salted one? Sip, 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 sip. And I'm just like, yeah, I'm day drinking. There are no rules. Margaritas for breakfast. Okay, you know.
Time is meaningless in the coronavirus.
Yeah, I literally realized I'm like.
I came home from work today, and my husband was like, and I looked at his desk, and I was like, that looks like a G&T, love. And he's like, no, it's just water. We don't garnish just water in this house. This is 1:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like we use Microsoft Teams at work, and the boss is like, we need to have a bit of fun. We need to because the world's fucked up at the moment. We need a bit of fun. You need to change your avatar. Change your avatar to reflect your mood. So I took a photo of my drinks cart and made that my avatar. And that really caught people's imagination. They go, oh, you're feeling that? And I went, yeah, then that's my actual drinks cart. And they were like,
one of.
Yeah. Then when I told them it was one of two, and the second one is and Kirsten, no, we've already established.
Bitch, please.
I have about a quarter as much as you two.
I think you have about half.
Half? I got about 60 bottles. How many you have?
Last count, 140.
Yeah, there you go. I've got about half.
You're not an alcoholic. You're an alcohol enthusiast.
No. We're supporting local.
Supporting small business.
Mm-hmm.
Bam. We're fucking patriots. We're fucking patriots. We are.
Fuck yeah.
So these guys.
Yeah.
Imbue Distillery.
Oh,
they
yeah.
make incredible gin.
Yeah.
And they are currently supporting their family by working at farmers markets.
Yeah.
And this afternoon, farmers markets were banned, which doesn't make any sense to me at all because, it's open air.
I think it's just because there were photos of large crowds at the farmer markets, and it was a PR thing. I don't think it makes sense necessarily, but it was a perception thing.
Well, I've been to Coles, and there were definitely more people in Coles than at the farmers market that I went to. Although I did go to a farmers market on Saturday last week, and I was very distressed because, first of all, I saw my first anti-masker who wanted to argue with me when I was like, you are a despicable human. He's like, you can't say that to me. I was like, I fucking can. You're not wearing a mask and you're in public. Also, you think you're cute, but you're not. Put on a fucking shirt and then put on a fucking mask. In fact, put on a mask and then the shirt.
Why don't they wear shirts? I mean, it's about masks. A lot of them don't wear shirts.
This guy thought he was hot, right?
Like the dickheads who show up.
You make me sick. Gross.
There was a real thing at music festivals a couple of years ago with fucking steroid-crazed cockheads with shorts and no shirt and an Australian flag cape and threatening people, like saying "kiss the flag."
Yeah.
And if you didn't, they threatened to punch you. And so that was a stage where one of the biggest musical festivals basically said, we'll deny you admission if you're wearing a fucking Australian flag cape, you fucking munters.
So this guy, right, so the security guards were trying to be polite, and I was like, fuck this bullshit. I'm not going to be polite. I'm just some cunt off the street. And I'm going to tell tell you exactly what kind of human you are. So I yelled at this guy, and eventually he walked off because he couldn't take it anymore.
Excellent work.
Yeah.
I
Apparently, a very
Well
angry
done.
woman made him super uncomfortable.
love your work. Love your work.
And the security guy was like, "You didn't have to do that." And I was like, "Yeah, babe, I did." Like, I had tried the polite version.
You saw him first. You saw him as well, right? Clearly, I did have to do that.
You were trying polite, and like really angry woman was the only option that you were going to get.
I salute.
When that's using Karen powers for good instead of evil.
Yes, it's excellent.
Oh, don't start with the Karens. Don't start with the Karens.
Well, that's the thing, right? Here I am, like, master.
You're not old enough to be a Karen.
See me.
And
so
everyone has a little Karen in them.
Everyone's got a little Karen in them.
Actually, that Karen
I
did
don't think that it was a Karen move. I think it was just like, I'm looking out for the rest of the humans.
Yeah, you were doing it for other people.
This idiot just wanted to be an idiot in public. And I was like, wow, your penis must be so tiny that you want to stand in the middle of a farmer's market where there are children and, you know, like old people and demonstrate that you're an absolute fuckwit. And
he has a little problem.
Yeah. It was like when I was one day going for a walk with Mrs. Angry, and we're going to the park, and there's one of those, you know, the exercise equipment things that counsellors set up, and it's all roped off with a current constriction. And I saw this guy step over all the tape and stuff and go in there, and I thought, oh, it's a dickhead. And then when we got a bit closer, I saw he wasn't wearing a mask, and I went, oh, he wants to pick a fight. He wants someone to say something to him. And it's like, no, fuck you, man. I'm just going to the other end of the park because if I made eye contact with you, I would be compelled to say, oh, what a piece of shit. And then you try something and I'd escalate. And I'd be just like...
Yeah.
The really fun thing is like questioning the size of their penis.
Yeah.
Pretty like one-to-one. Like, oh, you must not be very good in bed and must be fairly terrible as a human if you're going to stand here in the middle of what is a family space being a dickhead.
My favorite one.
I was dressed up for the goth club, and this involved a lot of black PVC.
As it does.
Yeah, you know,
I've been there.
Big boots.
Haven't we all?
Okay, so my friend stopped the car, let me out to use the ATM, and there's a couple of drunk guys, one way drunker than the other, and he goes, oh, my penis. And I'm like, oh no. And he pulls it out.
Oh.
Dead sober. And I'm like, nobody's interested in your penis, dear. And his friend's like, oh, I'm so sorry, and drags him off.
Oh no!
I've seen way too many penises at venues and clubs, and Ray, it's just ridiculous. Like, dudes, come on, put it away.
We're not that interested.
No. My favorite one to do online is when some guy does some really bizarre misogynist thing when no one's asking him, is just to reply, that is a lot of words for I've never given a woman sexual pleasure.
My favorite thing is this WAP controversy where American politicians have definitely exposed themselves as never giving their wives anything good.
Was it Dave Chappelle who?
I don't know who it was, but
Ben Shapiro.
This is literally
Ben Shapiro. Yes, thank you. Clapping for
regurgitated TikTok thing, and I was just like, Aw.
Ben Shapiro. His wife must be just so disappointed.
Yeah,
like
Ben Shapiro being unfamiliar with
moving on.
Yeah, Shapiro's wife is drier than this glass. It
Yeah.
just has alcohol in it.
Like, his wife tried to spare him feelings, and he went onto the internet, and everyone said, "Dude,
Yeah, self-burn. Those are rare.
yeah, you're just telling on yourself, dude. You're just
You absolutely are.
you're not saying you've never satisfied a woman. You're saying you've never mildly stimulated a woman.
Yeah, that's what it is.
You've never turned anyone on.
And you know what I really enjoy is all of the TikTok things where they get the like 60 or 59 seconds of so many rap songs being like, yeah, pussy, 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 wet pussy, wet pussy.
Yeah. As soon as it's about female empowerment, men want to shut that shit down.
Can't have that.
Yep. Can't have that.
Want.
It's like clapping for chlamydia in the chat. She goes,
Oh, yeah.
His wife's a doctor, you guys. I know.
And that's upsetting, right? It's really
As
disappointing for her. She
As
could
probably
have
the
done
second
better.
most male person in this chat, Ben Shapiro's wife is so unsatisfied. It's not funny.
Yeah, no.
I've also been drinking.
Just for that
We can
guy
tell.
to really proudly wet pussies aren't normal. And it's like, dude,
Oh, that's not how that works.
Oh, dear.
It was just so sad. Like, so sad. You're just like, oh, love. Are you okay? Like, we
my
need
sweet
to-
summer child.
Do we need to stage an intervention for your wife?
Yeah.
There's
Look, I volunteer as tribute. I'll go in. Like, if he doesn't know how to do it,
yeah,
I'll take one for the team.
Star Trek style. The Spocker.
The Spocker.
People talk about.
Hang on, isn't it?
We're going to do the Spocker.
Yeah. No, that's the shocker.
We're the Spocker.
But
You're
the
doing
Spocker.
the Spocker.
Look, I feel like Ben Shapiro's wife is not ready for the two.
No, we'll
Look,
start with the Spocker.
it sounds like she needs, like, she can't go into the full lesbian experience because that'll just blow her lid. She'll probably die. So we'll need to get.
Here's what I worry, right? She's super Christian, so you need to like understand that deprogramming.
There are a lot of closeted gay people who are hardcore Christians for that reason, just in denial.
I married a Jewish guy. She's messed up.
I just looked her up. She looks closeted.
Yeah,
I'm
reckon that's
doing it now.
That's a closeted
More
thing.
Shapiro. That's MOR.
Oof.
Ben Shapiro wife came up as my top suggestion in Google.
Google's listening to you.
Yeah, I can see that.
But you know, like, okay, so they're Jewish. Even then, like, they've got some weird hang-ups about sex. So the deprogramming of that weird hang-ups over sex. The interesting studies that are coming out at the moment about Vaginitis, which is the physical tightening of the walls, which make penetration really painful, have a lot to do with the psychology of purity culture.
Yes.
Oh, really?
There was that series on Netflix about the young woman who kind of escaped the hyper-Orthodox Jewish community in New York. Might have just been called Unorthodox, actually.
It was.
Yeah, that was a very good thing. But yeah, she never fit into this ultra-Orthodox community and was forced to marry this guy, and everything about the marriage was awful, and she eventually ran away. Clapping for Chlamydia knows it as well. Yes, Unorthodox.
That is that is the best handle I've seen in a long time.
It's amazing.
My hat's off to you. Clapping for Chlamydia.
It is. It comes into the chat
great.
occasionally. It's a really good username.
And look,
My username
millions
is
of koalas have
legal
chlamydia.
name.
And like, sorry?
I said my username is just my actual legal name.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Which might be an issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, if this gets too popular, I might have to go by my other handle.
Yeah. So clapping for chlamydia, as Australians, we just see that as clapping for koalas.
Yeah, that's where I was heading. Thank you for.
They're all filthy sex deviants who give each other chlamydia.
Oh God, I went camping in the Otways once, and there were koalas. If you've never heard the sound of koalas having sex, it's nightmare fuel. It's awful. It's horrifying. And I was trying to sleep in a tent, and you know how thin the walls of tents are.
Wow.
Yeah,
that is horrifying.
And even when they're not having sex, male koalas will do this thing where they just scream and grunt to assess it. And I've seen them in the wild do that. And there's a video on my YouTube channel from like 10 years ago when my friend Corey, Mr. Safety, came out, and we were at a koala colony, and one of the males happened to be going off at the top of this tree. So we got a shot of it just like doing its grunting, screaming for no reason. But there's a really funny video on YouTube once. Someone had a koala, for some reason, was in this stunted half tree on the nature strip in front of their house, and it was trying to assert its dominance in the area by doing this screaming and grunting. But it's only 2 feet off the ground, and this person's like videoing it with their phone, and the koala's going, and the person is just going, dude, what the fuck are you doing? And koala's and it just looks so silly because it's in this stunted half tree screaming and grunting, and you're like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck is that?
Clapping for chlamydia. Drop bears are a real thing. They're actually a dangerous pest.
Yep.
Yeah. Look, if you think the nightmare fuel of koalas having sex is bad enough, just like hearing.
Wait till you hear drop bears.
The only defense is to rub Vegemite on the back of your neck so they can't get a grip. When they drop out of the tree and land on you, their claws can't hold on Vegemite and they slide off. So Boy Scouts always rub Vegemite on the back of their neck when they're on camping.
Absolutely. And you can believe us, we're all from different parts of
we all know this. I swear,
no, they're not an urban legend. They're a real legend. Don't go into the bush overnight without putting Vegemite on yourself.
Yeah. The koala colony I was talking about is out past Geelong on the Great Ocean Road. And I stumbled on it by accident. I was literally just doing a road trip with Corey when he came out to visit, and Corey just did this thing like, oh, we should stop here. There was like a little cafe. There was a caravan park with a little cafe. And he said, we should stop here. And I went, okay. I just pulled in. I'd never been there before. And we're talking to people in the cafe, and they were nice. And they said, oh, because they recognized an American, said there's a koala colony in the trees around the caravan park there. You should go and check it out. And so we're walking and we're looking for koalas. And there are these parrots, king parrots, which are fucking big parrots. They're like this big, and one of them, we were looking at the trees, and one landed in the tree branch right next to us. And I thought, what the fuck is that parrot doing? Like it's looking at us with intent, and it was like at our face level. And I'm going, that's really unsettling. What the fuck is that parrot doing? And I walked back to the cafe and said, there was this weird thing where this parrot got up in our face. And said, oh yeah, they want you to feed them. And they had a little bag of seed. And they go, take a bag of seed and stand in the trees with a handful of seeds. So we did that. We just walked out there and held our hands out with seed. And 20 fucking parrots came and landed on us and were eating the seed out of our hands. And we were like, what is, and they're not small parrots. King parrots are about this fucking big. And they're just landing on us, and they land on your head, and they crawl. And so I've got all these videos where I'm just covered in king parrots. And it was like, and I had no idea this was there. And Corey just did this random, we should pull in there. And we had this whole adventure with fucking koalas and parrots. Kookaburras. He did this thing where with meat, he calls kookaburras down, and he does it just by tapping on this fence railing, and the kookaburras come down, and you give them strips of meat, and they're like, "Yeah, I'll take that right out of your hand. That's fine."
Yeah, my dad used to feed this particular just one cockatoo who would come to his backyard, but this cockatoo told his mates, and they told their mates, who told their mates. And within weeks, there were hundreds of cockatoos congregating in his backyard at the same time every evening to be fed. And eventually he had to stop because they were stripping the bark.
Yeah.
Trolls with wings. Cockatoos are trolls with wings.
Yeah, trolls with wings.
He got to know them, and they all have unique personalities and unique characters, and like the oldest cockatoos can live up to 100 years, and they're quite intelligent.
Yeah, there's a really funny.
My husband's family has been feeding a possum and her various babies for as long as we've been in a relationship, and that's over 12 years now.
Yeah.
Oh, cute though.
I know, but I'm really worried that they're going to get sick and have to go to a home or something. And who's going to look after?
Who's going to look after the possum?
The possum.
There's a really funny video on my channel, like saying with this guy at this same cafe feeding the kookaburras, and I've got my camera on a monopod, and I'm talking to it saying, and the guy like puts a fucking meat on my shoulder. And so a kookaburra just lands on my shoulder to get a bit of meat. And one actually sits on the monopod. So the kookaburra is between me and the camera. And it's a really cool shot. But the one on my camera with a bit of meat, because kookaburras catch snakes and lizards and stuff. And they catch them while they're alive. And then they beat them to death against a rock or a tree. So this kookaburra's landed on my shoulder, got a bit of meat, and he's treating it like it's a snake or a lizard, and he's smacking it against the side of my head.
You got meat slapped by a kookaburra.
It's just slapping in the face with a strip of steak.
That's right.
It took me a second to realize what it was doing, and it is just in the face with a bit of steak. I'm like, oh, it's dead. It's dead.
I know.
There are some places where you have to pay for that to have done. So.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's a bunch of places you have to pay for that. And yes, clapping for chlamydia, we all know that feeding wild animals is a terrible idea.
Yeah,
it is, because they become dependent on it, and it's bad. But
yeah. I love I love Australians so much. I love the fact that it doesn't matter where you are in the world, and it doesn't matter what tall tale it is, you can absolutely guarantee that another Aussie is going to back you up on it.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
that definitely happens. That definitely happens.
Yeah, and they'll embellish, but they'll back you up, and I love it. It's so great.
Embellish, we only tell the truth.
Yeah,
that's it.
People in my neighborhood feed magpies. There are a lot of magpies in my neighborhood, and they're very friendly to humans because I've seen a bunch of different people feed them. Just in the park, they got little bits of meat going, "You go, magpie," and the magpies sort of sit at their feet and they toss it up.
Maggie.
So the magpie.
That's not a good thing.
No, but the magpies don't swoop in my neighborhood. Because
that's why.
Like people, we have a lot of magpies, and they do not swoop you because they go, "Oh no, those two-legged things, they feed you."
Well, magpies and crows, and especially ravens, but we don't really get ravens here, remember faces and remember individuals. So if someone's nasty to any of those magpies, they will swoop that person.
It's my favorite thing about magpies that if they swoop you, they're doing it on purpose. They remember your face and they go, "There's that cunt again." Okay.
Yeah. They hold a grudge.
There was a crow around the house I lived in. It was in a gum tree beside the house I lived in. It could identify male versus female.
Mm-hmm.
Humans, that's easy. Cats.
Oh, I can't even tell male and female cats apart.
The crow knew male from female cats, male from female dogs.
Birds are fucking smart.
It knew what was male and female.
There was the Corvidae.
In 1983, Nixon replaced all the birds with surveillance drones. The birds work for the bourgeoisie.
Exactly.
One person who spent way too long.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
Speaking of Star Trek,
there's not really a pandemic. It's all the batteries in the birds need to be changed.
Speaking of Star Trek,
And it's something to do with 5G, I'm sure.
I'm sure. Oh my
here
god!
we go. Speaking of Star Trek,
Speaking of Star Trek,
I'm going to almost 1 a.m.
it's only
We should
almost
make it a full 1 a.m.
All right, we'll stay to 1 a.m. We'll stay to 1 a.m.
Okay,
Normally
cool.
it's to 12. Time's got away, and it's now 1:45, so we'll just stay for another 15 minutes. That's okay.
Yep.
It was kind of like 3 hours
Hey,
ago.
Fox, what is that? Is that a bunny on your shirt? Sorry, on your jacket?
Yes.
Is that Miffy?
Is that your jacket or is that your partner's?
My partner's jacket, but I apparently look cute in it, so I wear it.
Yeah.
You do. You look very.
I like it. I want one. You do look really cute in it.
No.
People voting saying pigeon solved Monty Hall
Speaking of Star Trek,
Salute.
Which
I
salute?
have no idea.
Soviet salute.
All of us. Just
That's a dog salute.
Oh, that's British.
That's the God painting 58. You got to recreate that Joy Division album cover, sort of slump back going. Oh my god!
Oh wait.
Hand nail to
So
head.
the question that I'm currently struggling with, guys, is do I make a fedora?
Do you what?
So
Do I need a fedora?
Yes.
Han, I have an answer to this. I have an answer. Dingle Duty 77. Probability theorists don't argue about it. They know the answer. They've figured it out. But the fact that pigeons have figured it out is pretty cool too. The Monty Hall problem was
Well, Fox, you are definitely drunk.
was when I studied computer science. I forget the name of the class. 102, like one of the second or third subjects in computer science, AI. We studied the Monty Hall problem and how it's solved using probability.
That's a Panama hat, actually.
So
yeah, it's not a fedora.
But the fact that pigeons have solved it is pretty cool.
This isn't a Cobra, for which I had to go to a specialist shop because most hat shops have size up to size 60, and that's their extra large. This is a 64.
Is that an official Akubra brand, Akubra hat?
It is an Akubra Style Master.
I can't buy hats either. I've got a bit of a big head as well, and any off the rack hat I wear gives me a headache.
Yeah, if I want to annoy people in hat shops, I just go into them and
they see your head.
And they go, "Can I help you, sir?" And I say, "No, you can't." And they go, "What?" "You don't have any hats that fit me." And they go, "Surely we do. We have a lot of hats. what style do you like? And I said, don't worry about style. Just get me the biggest hat you have. And they're like, no, but what style would you like? I said, no, I'm serious. Forget
Just
style.
biggest hat.
Just get the biggest hat you have. And they go, okay. And they bring me in a hat, and it like sits up here on my head. And
You're like,
I can almost read their mind where they're just going, well, fuck me. What the hell is that?
Yeah.
The problem is that I have a big head and a lot of hair, so that's a fun.
Your
I just
head
have a
must be
5 head.
this small to enjoy the ride.
Yeah. But no, seriously, with most of my friends, if I'm ever out at a thing where I'm wearing the hat and it's like da-da-da, and I'm going, no, you try it on. And a normal person puts my hat on and it just falls down past their eyes. And it's just like,
Is the measurement just in centimeters?
yeah, it's basically around my head is 64 centimeters. So
okay.
Lots
So
of brains in there then.
My tape measure and
really
measure
thick
my
stuff.
head.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm wearing headphones. I
Without the
can't really do
headset.
this. Yeah. What's that? That is 66 with the headset. So
Yeah, so you're probably about 60 without your
60.
headset.
Yeah.
And most regular hat shops carry up to size 60. I have to go to specialist hat shops to get a 64.
Yep.
There's one next to Flinders Street. There's at Flinders Street.
Oh
Station.
yeah.
Yeah, that
Hatter.
hat shop.
The Melbourne
City
Hattery. The City Hattery. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
I
they are
visited
great.
that
They have,
place when I
and
was,
every now and then I find another one, but it's always every now and then I'm bored. Like, but either I'll do it myself or I'm with someone who's looking for a hat, and I'll just stand around in the hat shop, and someone goes, "Can I help you, sir?" And it really when I say no, you can't, and they go, "What?" I go, "Well, you don't have any hats that fit me," and they go, "Have you tried?" I go, "I don't have to." Yeah.
Do you have 64s?
No, I never say the number. I just go, "You don't have any hats that fit me," and they're like, "I'm sure we do." And I go, "Okay, come on, bring them out. Get your biggest hats." And they're always trying to be helpful with that. What style do you like? And I said, it can be a baseball cap with an adjustable clicky thing, and it still won't fit. Even those fucking baseball caps with those stupid things, they don't fit me. And it's just like, and it's so fun seeing the look in their face when they're defeated, and it's just like they.
So husband has a giant head and I have a giant head, and anytime that anyone in our family wants to shame us for our child-free choice, I'm like, look at the size of our heads. There is no way.
My ex, the mother of my children, had 2 cesareans, which seems like a very wise choice, honestly.
Yeah.
Anyway, beside
the only hat I've ever been able to find that fits me is a beret I ordered off a website from America, and it had a logo for the PAX Enforcers. It was one of the options we had. It had an E on it. You know, the PAX Enforcers. I looked for it today. I couldn't find it, but it matches my Enforcer hoodie that I'm wearing right now. But it magically fit. It and it was like had a bit of wiggle room, and it was great. It's like, this is magical. I need another one, but I couldn't get one. But yeah, I have a beret that fits me.
Husband and I both have big heads, and the last time that I saw my husband able to purchase a hat in a store was when we were in Kiruna in northern Sweden, and he went into a surf store and bought an extra large hat. So yes. Wow. Giant head.
It happens. Big heads happen.
The hat gave out about a year ago, and he's been.
Oh.
I bought a hat at Kmart and that fit me, and he's been wearing my Kmart hat because the extra large that was available on the
Kmart
website of the same brand of hat that he had previously, like it was legitimately the same color, brand, etc. in Australia.
Wow.
Didn't fit.
Okay.
He headache because it's too small.
Yeah. I can't buy hats off the rack. I can't buy at Kmart or anything. They never fit.
Yeah.
Exactly.
There is a cat.
There is a cat, and I
Hello,
wish to
cat.
touch the cat.
Pet the
Touching
cat.
I want to pat the cat.
I don't know where my cats are. I'm actually willing to bet that one of my cats, Mimsy, is sleeping on my pillow because I'm not there. And
I have a decoy pillow.
It's my space.
I know where my cat is. That away.
I have a decoy pillow. For
I
that
love you,
exact reason.
Zorro.
Hey, Zorro.
Oh.
Zorro.
Aw.
He
Hello.
looks unimpressed.
Which is the normal way of a cat.
We
want
have
to
to
pat that cat.
This cat is the they're yin and yang, and I'm not sure which way yin and yang go, but this is the Spazzo cat, and that one over there is the he's the Zen cat. He's always like just chilled out, but this one's always jumping at stuff, jumping at me.
I don't mean to be that person, but that term is a little bit ableist. The
I kind of think of it as spasm, not spastic.
Yeah,
I know.
I guess,
do.
but
That's why I still use it. Yeah, sorry. No, I know what you mean. Yeah, but I always
I
thought
know,
of it that
yeah.
way.
I hate to be that person, but I'm being that person.
No, I don't like the word either. And
Really?
fully
But,
able.
you know, yeah, like
But he does have spasms of Zorro-ness.
I dated someone once who had spasms where they would do this all of a sudden, and like we'd be
really?
eating, and she'd do that, and she really got to know, got really like, what's the word? It's getting late, isn't it? She really came to terms with doing that, and so she would just say "happy face" when she did it, because she could kind of feel happy face, and yeah, it was amazing.
Yeah,
If you know it's coming and you can prepare like that response, then
Yes,
wouldn't you?
it was. I mean, it was something like that, and they passed eventually, which was they have ongoing issues, but yeah, they learned to come to terms with it really, really well.
Yeah, sad
And
face.
I
Very
really-
sad face.
Where did
There's
Andrew go?
literally nothing that makes people more uncomfortable than being like, I'm a half orphan. And they're like, what do you mean? Like, well, my dad's been dead for 20 years. So, half orphan.
Fair enough. Eventually, we. Oh, I guess we're
then.
going on.
Eventually, we all become full orphans,
Unless you go before your parents.
which is
Unless,
dreadful for them.
unless you
Yeah.
disown a parent for very legitimate reasons. Unless you disown a parent for very legitimate reasons.
Yes.
And then you can
Correct.
still call yourself a half orphan or a full orphan if that is your preference.
So
Because
a little
dead to you,
little bit
fuck them.
little bit morbid, but one of the things that kept me going during depression was the fact that I wanted to be on this world where my father wasn't on it. So
Yeah,
like,
no, I'm looking forward with
I'll
that.
be with you on that world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah,
Revenge is a good justification. I always think of Homer
Yeah.
Simpson when trying to get back at Bart to be a big brother for that charity. And they say, what's
Yes.
the justification for doing this? And Homer's brain goes, don't say revenge, don't say revenge, don't say revenge. And Homer says,
Revenge.
revenge. And the person on their list for reasons is revenge. And they just
Revenge.
The golden age of The Simpsons was so funny.
it's very good.
And
I-
yes,
more
single dating,
uncomfortable
negative
than
motivation is a real and valuable thing. I believe in it.
It is.
Succeeding out of spite is
Yes.
a
Yes.
motivator.
Yes.
Yeah, revenge.
One of the
success.
lines
Yeah.
from the hip hop act. Yeah, the hip hop act I liked before they got outed as probably being really bad predators. Deantford. But they had a line in one of their songs was, "I want my enemies to live long so they can see my success." And
Yeah.
then he's like, "Yeah, I want my enemies to die. No, I want them to live a long time and for them to know I'm happy the whole time." And
Yep.
so they can themselves up with this weird obsession.
So I found some of that marionette macadamia stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Marionette.
Yeah,
I was going to say marionette macadamia. That's a thing.
Hang on, marionette. Is it marionette?
Mac
Anyway.
is from Brookies and marionette different things.
Yeah,
Oh,
the macadamia liqueur is made by Brookies, which honestly, because they're in New South Wales at the moment, you might be better off getting
There
that.
it is. It is Brookies, yeah.
A tour of my marionette
I'm getting it.
overseas.
What? Oh, marionette and amaretto.
I have curacao.
Yeah.
I have apricot brandy.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a baby Muir.
Ooh, nice.
Daddy, is this what you're talking about?
Ooh!
Oh,
That's
yeah.
it. That's what I'm getting.
Ah.
Yeah. I'm getting it from the business lab.
Yeah,
That
the
echo
business
is
lab have
trippy.
fucking great stuff. And, they are a good source for Mac, actually.
What do I drink it with?
Oh my
Everything.
like seriously, like if you get your old fashioned with like say at least 2 parts old fashioned to 1 part Mac, oh my god, that's good. That is so fucking good.
Okay.
Mix it
Okay.
with these 2 things.
What is that? Vodka
Vodka
and
Turn off. If you have any
herbal liqueur.
if you have
I've not heard
anything fruity, the Mac goes really well. Like I often make like a banana sundae. It's like got banana liqueur, the chocolate like creme de cacao, and the Mac is like the nuts sprinkled on top. So you're having a banana sundae. That is so fun. So good.
And anything that amaretto goes in, you can substitute
Yeah.
Mac.
Any cocktail recipe you see for and for that matter, like amaretto is an almond liqueur. Is that right,
Yeah.
Kirsten?
Yeah.
And also there are hazelnut liqueurs. So
Yeah.
any cocktail recipe that has either amaretto or another almond liqueur or
The almond
frangelico.
liqueur is frangelico.
Frangelico. So anything that says amaretto or frangelico, you just substitute Mac straight in.
Cool.
It's so good.
100%.
I'm looking forward to that.
Or just put it on ice cream. Mac on ice cream is fucking great. Actually, it's just as an ice cream topping. It's really good.
So, what have you got back there, Fox?
Empty bottles.
Oh, nice.
Woo! I'm getting stuff.
Mac.
Oh, Mac. I got to ease off a bit because I got 3 bottles delivered today. So.
Kraken, yeah, good.
Got like 4 rums at the moment, I think.
You're going to be so disappointed with this one.
Oh, I got that one. What is it?
Agave
syrup.
No, agave. I got this one from bloody Costco. It's meant to be used for cooking. It's agave syrup, but it's great in cocktails. It's a sugar syrup. It's got a bit more character. It
And of
tastes
course, the 2 bottles I showed earlier, the vodka and the
tastes kind of like golden syrup.
agua.
But it's
And
a good
beside
bundle
me,
of
4
sugar.
bottles, well, relatively full, have this. It's green apple.
Ah, yes.
Yes.
Ooh.
Foxon's obsession with green apple.
I like green apple.
That's fine, man. You do you.
You do you. Reynolds.
Me and Charlie were kind of geeking out over Greenalds earlier.
Yes, Charlie has that as well. Yeah. Yeah.
There is a blood orange. So if people love blood orange and grey,
I do like blood orange.
There is a blood orange of this.
Ooh, Nosferatu blood orange gin. Nice. I've got Solera blood orange liqueur. This is like Curacao, an orange liqueur, but it's blood orange. That's really nice. It's very sweet. Again, this on ice cream, really good.
But yeah, I really like the Nosferatu blood orange gin. Made in South Africa.
Now Angry needs to do a blood orange gin.
Blood orange gin. Oh, I've got a couple of gins at the moment. When one of them starts to run low, I'll go for the next recommended gin. Kirsten's always good for gin recommendation.
Now he needs to Nosferatu and Greenall's gin. Blood oranges.
This is the next one I want for you.
Oh, that's the one you were talking about. What do they call their Navy strength? They were goddess strength?
No. So you're thinking of Anther.
Oh, okay.
Imbu.
Imbu.
They only have 2 gins. The Journey and Suburban.
Yeah.
Both of them are very distinct.
Okay.
They're like in the contemporary Australian dry category. They're not London dries.
Okay.
Or these guys.
Anther, yeah.
They've got beautiful bottles.
Yeah. I don't have space to keep.
Batch number 7. 7.
That's a very early batch.
Had such an early batch.
What are they up to now?
Probably more than 7.
Probably more.
Not unless they're time travelers.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Well, they
could be going backwards.
Opened their own locations. So Anther has always been a distillery that really didn't have a home. So they distilled at Craft & Co. for a while, and then they distilled at Brigand's Way for a while, and they've just commissioned the stills at their new location in South Geelong. So as soon as I'm able to travel there, I'm going to go and hang out with Derv and Seb and Amy.
Good night.
Incredible humans.
Good night,
Heist.
Hi,
made a suggestion.
Cider cocktail. Oh, cider cocktail. Great suggestion.
Yeah.
Yes.
And there are a couple of good cider. In fact, often when I see cocktails and they go topped with champagne, I was going like, "Fuck off! I'll top it with sparkling cider." That's more my taste. So, like,
is it date night tomorrow night?
It is. So I won't. Well, it's tonight now because it's.
I was going to say it's definitely tonight because it's 1:07.
Technically,
I've made
Technically correct is the best kind of correct.
Technically,
exactly.
So I've made a bunch of clarified cocktails for date night. So I'll be trying those out. So I don't know. Maybe be on Monday, Tuesday. I don't know. I don't know when I'll be on next. I won't be on tomorrow night. Might be on Sunday. Then again, might not. But who knows? I'm going to go to bed.
To be
Because I'll be sleeping on date night if I don't go to bed.
Oh,
All go to
well,
bed.
Don't be
speaking of
sleeping
Star
on
Trek,
date night.
good night. Live long and prosper. Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.